Saskatchewan has always been innovative, but what we can do today is to leverage the ecosystem that is already in place.
Part of purpose at Deloitte is to make an impact that matters. And what we're doing with food and fertilizer here in the province, we're helping to feed the world.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Canada's Farm Show Launchpad presented by Deloitte. This is undeniably the biggest stage for the best in agriculture, and I have verified that. I have danced across all of the stages at the farm shows, and this one is legitimately the biggest. If you were here yesterday, welcome back. My name is Sherilyn Jolly-Nagel, and I'll be your host for Canada's Farm Show Launchpad. And today is my birthday. Thank you. Just leave all the gifts on the front table. I can't think of a better way to celebrate than right here with all of you and right near the beer garden, so it's super convenient. I farm with my family southwest of here in my hometown of Mossbank, and I gotta say, the crops are looking pretty good. All I want for my birthday is some sunshine and high commodity prices. So to the extent that you have some influence in that, I'd appreciate it. When I'm not on the farm, you'll find me on the speaking circuit chatting about all things agriculture related or hosting incredible stages like this one at Canada's Farm Show. I'm truly psyched to be your host for all the things that will happen on the Launchpad today and tomorrow. But first, today, this stage will feature Ag Talks, panel discussions, a keynote speaker, new product launch, and the Global AgTech Summit. Be in the know for the show, and if you haven't already, please download the Canada's Farm Show app and get up-to-the-minute details on all of the exhibits, Launchpad speakers, events, and more. It's available on the Apple App Store and on Google Play. Have some fun with us while you post on social media. And if you're into it, use the hashtag CFS2024 and follow us at CFS Regina SK. Today is Innovation Day at the show, presented by Farms.com and Green Wave Innovation. Appropriately, we have an innovative lineup of speakers for you today with the Global AgTech Summit. Join me on the stage today is Matt Brennan. Join me up on stage, Matt. I shall hand over the mic and all of the power that's in this clicker.
All right, hello everybody. Who's excited for Canada's Farm Show? Woo! Okay, you're always hopeful that there's some cheers there, but yeah. So my name is Matt. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Matt. For those of you who do, my name is still Matt, and I will be your MC for some of the content throughout today. So as we kick things off, we wanted to acknowledge that today's event is taking place on Treaty 4 territory. The original lands of the Cree, Ojibwe, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. So at Cultivator, we further our commitment to truth and reconciliation through ongoing partnership with the Sask Indian Institute of Technology through events like 24-Hour Startup, which happened yesterday, to further accessibility into tech for Indigenous peoples. So along those lines, I have the privilege of inviting up Richard Mizins to the stage. Richard is the CEO of PFN Groups of Companies and Pasqua Farms, and has a vision for sustainable agriculture, food security. He's going to tell us a little bit more about First Nations values. So Richard, let's clap for Richard. Here we go.
Thank you, Matt. Good morning, everyone. Happy birthday, Sherilyn. My name is Richard Mizins. I'm from the Pasqua First Nation. I grew up on the reserve, and I still live there. And this year, our community is taking a large leap into agriculture. We've got a little over 11,000 acres of arable farmland. We're now moving to where we put our first seed in the ground, and so we're celebrating in that. But we also wanted to create a food company out of Pasqua Farms, and we were kind of following out from the COVID-19, the pandemic, and all of the supply chain disruptions and things that were happening, our council and leadership said, we really have to get into food security. And now we're expanding the farm to include horticulture, bison, poultry, beef, vegetables, food innovation, food processing, and those kind of things. But just to keep things short, last night I had a dream about my grandmother. And she said to me, "No, Sim, try and pray every day." I turned 62 this year, and I still have a hard time keeping up with my Quilcum standards. But she reminded me, she said, when you pray, pray for your children. Pray that someday they might have white hair and a good life. And she reminded me also that we are related, all of us as human beings are related to everything, to the animal kingdom, to the plant kingdom. We're related to all of them. They are brothers and sisters. And the earth is our mother. We often refer her to as Mother Earth. And she said to me, remember to look after Mother Earth. Look after her the way that she looks after us. And there's an obligation built into that that's in all of us. It's that divinity within us that drives us to want to give back and maintain a good living off the land because of our relationship to everything. She did tell me, though, the Mother Earth is not doing well. She's sick. And then we have to look after her. She reminded me we have to restore the balance. Restore the balance of how things are. And remember, we were taught to take only what the land can give. We never take that last medicine. We never take that last sweetgrass. We leave all of these things for the future. And if we do our job right, the earth, we leave the earth, Mother Earth, in a better way for our future children than the way we found it. And I think that was the lesson she was trying to tell me in my dream. With that, I want to welcome you to the Global AgTech Summit and hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Hi.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Richard. So my team's already told me that I have to go quick and shorten things up, so I'm going to tighten things up a little bit. My name is Laura Mock. I am the director at Cultivator, powered by Conexus. For those of you who aren't familiar with Cultivator, we are a tech incubator located right here in Regina, Saskatchewan. We have two core value streams. The first one, we're focused at growing the tech ecosystem within the province, and we support founders locally here. The second, which is why we are here today, is our AgTech Accelerator. So through our AgTech Accelerator, we work with founders across Canada and the UK to help build out their AgTech innovation. So some of the companies that we've supported, 47 of them in the last 3 years. You'll see them on the backdrop here. We've had the honor to work with these companies and help to advance their innovation and technology. But we don't do that alone. We have a strong group of partners backing us. So far, these 47 companies have raised over $100 million in capital. They've created nearly 150 jobs, and they are driving forward the next wave of innovation for agriculture in Canada. Again, we don't do the work that we do alone. We have a strong group of strategic partners that work alongside us. They believe in Cultivator, they believe in the founders we support, and they believe in Canadian agriculture. So a big shout out to all of our partners who are here today and that show up and support us day in and day out. Also wanted to do a quick little shout out to investors who are here today. We actually have investors from all across the world who have come out to meet with our AgTech founders and who will be watching the pitches later on today, hopefully making some investments. Also, a huge shout out to our producer network. One of the things that makes Cultivator so special is our Million Acres program. The vision of this program is to work with to work with producers across Canada to representing 1 million acres of land. We want these producers to be involved in building out that next wave of innovation. These producers show up at our events as mentors. They look at the innovation and technology, they give feedback to help our founders improve and to ensure that the innovation is going to meet the needs right on the farms. So with that, thank you so much for being here today. I hope you have a great day. And our pitches start at 1:30 this afternoon, so looking forward to seeing everyone throughout the day.
All right, so we are gonna jump into some main stage content. So some of my friends in the back here are gonna grab some chairs. They were a little bit worried if they'd be able to lift them by themselves, but Kyle's looking pretty strong right now over the head. So next up, we're gonna have a panel with some AgTech founders. So like Laura said, at Cultivator, we run an AgTech accelerator. We help intersect agriculture and technology and bring innovation to the farm. So we've had 3 cohorts of our AgTech Accelerator, and we are privileged to have 3 of those founders that are alumni of our program join us on stage this morning. So this is going to be one of our first pieces of content to kick off the day. We have lots more to come. So please join me in welcoming the panel to the stage. Come on up.
What order?
So right up here.
Very bright. Can't see anybody.
See nothing. All right. Hello, everybody. So my name is Bree. I work at Cultivator. I'm part of the team there, and I've had the privilege of knowing these founders for the last 2 or 3 years in different capacities, but very excited to be here today. So I know these founders, but I know you may not. So we're going to start with a lightning round. I let them know this was happening, but I didn't let them know the questions. So it's going to be one-word answers and just rapid fire. So Kyle, going to start with you. What is your favorite Saskatchewan city, town, village, or hamlet, if you will?
Hold fast.
I think I saw that one coming. All right, Sean, I'm going to go to you. Finish the sentence. Taylor Swift is blank.
Awesome.
Okay, who else is a Swiftie here? All right, there we go. Kyle as well. All right, Mocha, yes or no, pineapple belongs on pizza?
Yes.
Okay, I agree to disagree, but that's fine. Kyle, favorite childhood cartoon?
The Adventures of Tintin.
All right. Any other Tintin fans out there? Okay,
One.
a couple, there we go. That might be niche. Sean, have you jumped on the pickleball bandwagon?
Oh, big time.
All right. And then Mocha, I'm going to end with a hard one. What does the acronym SCUBA stand for?
Like the underwater thing? Self-contained underwater emergency resuscitation?
I think it's breathing apparatus. But let's give her a round of applause. That was very impressive. All right, so now that we know some maybe less useful information, we're actually going to find out what these companies do. So it was Sean that first introduced this to me, but every founder should be able to explain what they do in 5 words or less when they're explaining to either investors, customers, their grandma. So with that being said, Sean, I want you to start off. What does Forage do in 5 or less?
Robots picking mushrooms. Go Riders.
All right, Mocha.
Face ID for livestock.
And then end it off.
Comprehensive automated grain grading.
All right. So hopefully that clears things up, what these founders are doing these days. But like Matt said, we hosted a 24-hour startup yesterday, so a hackathon-style event. And it's all about problems worth solving. So We're trying to find the pain point of your customers. So looking at each of your companies, what is the problem you're solving, and who are your customers? So I'm going to go Kyle first, and we're going to go around this way.
Is this working? The problem that we're solving is grain grading is subjective. It lacks transparency, it has no consistency, and this provides problems all the way through the supply chain for everybody involved, from farmers, grain buyers, inspection companies, all the way to consumers. We still have humans making judgment calls with our food, and so we're setting out to change that.
Awesome. Mocha?
So we handle healthcare for animals using computer vision, and basically what we're solving is the labor shortage. So recognizing that not only on farm but in feedlots and dairies there is a lack of skilled labor, and our technology allows those producers to amp up their ability to identify and monitor the health and wellness of their animals in real time, and proactive alerts allow them to know what's going on and when it's happening.
And Mocha, what does the 1 cup mean?
1 cup AI stands for the ability to manage your herd over 1 cup of coffee in the morning.
So maybe gone are the days where the farmers got to go out into the cold. Instead, they can do it at the kitchen table with a nice warm glass or warm cup of coffee. All right, and Sean, what about you? Who's your customer and what's the pain point?
So the mushroom farming industry has a huge issue with labor. So your typical mushroom farm would have anywhere from 100 to 1,000 harvesters. And because mushrooms double in size every 24 hours, you're picking mushrooms every day of the year. Like on Christmas Day, one of our customers had hundreds of people who had to come in and pick mushrooms. It's not a fun job. Like it's one that you're in these big industrial buildings, bent over all day, picking mushrooms out of straw and chicken manure. And because of that, it's got a lot of turnover. So the industry sees about 40% annual turnover in their labor force. And so robotics are the perfect place to automate labor, and we replace about 80% of the workers. So 80 to 800 workers typically would be replaced by robots as we roll them out.
Wow. I'm not sure if anybody ever watched Dirty Jobs, but I'm pretty sure mushroom picking was on there with the manure and everything that goes in between. But so we have 3 very innovative founders here, but I want to back up a little bit and actually cover how you guys got to where you are. We have some second-time founders here. We have cattle ranchers and producers turn into founders, and then what might be a very interesting one, investor turn to founders. So maybe I'll start Mocha and then Kyle, Sean. What's a quick version of how you got to be where you are today?
So 1 Cup was formed around a campfire in late 2019. My family is all in cattle ranching in southern Saskatchewan and Alberta. And we were sitting around a campfire at a family reunion discussing some of the pain points that exist in the livestock industry. And the number 1 pain point that my cousins identified was the ability to have permanent identification of their animals. So right now, the identification of livestock is an impermanent tag that has a 20% loss rate in the Canadian ecospace. And they wanted to know if we could identify their cattle without using a tag. And my husband is our CTO, and he said, yeah, I'm sure we can do that. And so we tried it, and we found that we could not only identify them with up to 97, 98% accuracy, but then we already had the technology on farms. So we decided to expand that into other spaces, looking at health and wellness metrics. So I didn't actually grow up on a farm. My mom did. She married a musician, and they moved into the city. But I grew up around farming and ranching my whole life with my extended family.
All right, so we have like napkin founders, and then we've got campfire founders. So Kyle, moving over to you.
So grew up Holdfast, as I mentioned before. Holdfast, farming family. After I left home, I became an electrician. My father was also an electrician to subsidize the farming in the 80s, and so I took that over in the early 2000s. Then in 2011, I incorporated a company called Intragrain Technology. We built a grain monitoring system called BinSense. Sold that. We were acquired in 2018. And then in late 21, early 22, I started Ground Truth Ag. And as stated before, building a system to be able to automate grain grading throughout the entire supply chain.
Awesome. Over to you, Sean.
Yeah, so my journey is an interesting one. And as a starting point, I'm not the founder. And so I think, the founder is truly a title that's etched in stone and never changes. And that's Mike Boudreau, who's the founder of the company. But effectively, in early 2023, his health got to a point where he could no longer work with the business. And we didn't have enough money to even pay severance or lay everyone off. And so I jumped in. I was on the board. It was one of our largest investments at Emertech. We brought a lot of other investors into it, and really seemed like a company that could be saved and was worth saving. And I think the more important side of the equation is we were only able to make it through because of a handful of investors, predominantly in Saskatchewan, stepped up quickly to back this lunatic who was dragging his family halfway across Canada. And we had people like Riley Richards is here today, and Craig Lothian and Ken Leach and Todd Lombard and all these people who said, like, if you think you can make this work, this is pretty much an uninvestable company at this point. But they stood up and we were able to survive and then raise a larger financing from VCs towards the end of the year.
Wow. So I think just like your journey to this isn't linear, I think progress, especially in technology, isn't linear. And Sean, you had a post on LinkedIn a couple weeks ago, and if you don't follow Sean, you should. He's got a ton of great content. But I think you were talking about the vacuum method for the mushrooms. Extremely frustrating. You were testing. It was damaging them. It was a very lengthy process. But maybe walk us through kind of what that looks like and how you iterate, test to kind of provide a product that does work for your customer in a short turnaround.
Yeah, so for us as a company, our number one cultural value is we have to move quickly. We call it thin fast. It's this vernacular that works within the mushroom industry. But effectively, it means move as fast as you possibly can. And we find the fastest way that we can move as a company is getting our product on farm and learning from it in a real environment. One of the pieces that we tested extensively in our own facility, which we quickly learned was not like a real mushroom farm, is how we pick the mushrooms. We had this suction cup that comes down, picks the mushroom, it lets us move really quickly, the mushroom looks beautiful, and we trim it and put it in the cold room, and everything looked really good. Then we take it down to farm and start using this process, and again, looks great when it's in the box, goes to the cold room, and then the next day the farm is coming out with the box of mushrooms that we picked, and they all had these little like hickeys or bruises on them from the suction process that started showing up several hours later. And so for us, what we had to do is effectively go back to the drawing board. We tried robotic fingers, and that was a disaster because it started impacting all the mushrooms around them. That was causing more damage than we could live with. And then we effectively created a new suction process that acts more like an octopus in the sense that it spreads its surface area around the mushroom before it starts the suction, so you can spread the force on a larger surface area. I'm getting way too into mushrooms, I'm sorry here. But it allowed us to effectively pick mushrooms where now we pick thousands of mushrooms or pounds of mushrooms per day that are eaten at grocery stores across Western Canada and the US, all because we were able to move quickly and get on farm to just see the errors of our ways and try and fix it.
So if you see pristine mushrooms at your local grocery store, you have Forage to thank for it. So kind of moving on to a different section, talking about customer adoption, customer feedback. Through our AgTech Accelerator program, such a big part is being able to connect our founders with producers and farmers. But Kyle, maybe I'll start with you. What's the most valuable piece of either feedback, advice, or maybe even criticism that you've received from some of your customers or early adopters?
Valuable feedback is always when you can understand the why. If somebody's willing to give you a why they think something sucks, that's super valuable, and digging into that. If they're, if a customer is having, your early adopters are always going to have problems with your product, and so being with them every step of the way and making sure that you have a good relationship and you're understanding the pain points as they're experiencing them, I think is critical, because if not, that's going to become a very frustrating thing for your customer, for your user. And then what will inevitably happen is you're going to get emotionally charged feedback, and then you're going to have to make them happy, and you're going to end up in a tailspin trying to solve that problem. And so, if somebody tells you that your product sucks but won't tell you why, that's not that helpful. So anytime you get the why.
I love that. So digging into the why. And Mocha, I didn't prep you for this, but I want to know, going from the campfire discussion to your first customer, sort of what did you learn? And then a second question is, how did you find it most effective to get cattlemen or producers using your technology early on?
So our very first customers were my family. So they were all beta sites with us, and that was invaluable. They tested all of the hardware that we were trying out, the Wi-Fi gear, and gave us very good feedback as to what was working and why not. And then our first customers, really, a lot of them come from those relationships with our beta sites. In the ag industry, it's all about relationship selling and who knows who. And so a good customer who likes your product will sell it to their neighbors and encourage you along. And so And like Kyle, we have some really great early adopters. A funny story from this most recent calving season. So we give proactive alerts to producers when an animal is in labor. But an animal in labor looks a lot like an animal going to the bathroom. And so what we found was we had producers messaging me at all times of the day and night saying, I don't need to know that my cows are going to the bathroom all day and night. And so, again, like Sean, we're very nimble and able to pivot and train and retrain models. And so we got on that problem straight away so that we were more accurate in identifying animals that were calving and able to increase our successful text messages being sent out.
Awesome. I'm not sure for any founders here whether it's a scary thought to have your family being your first customers or not, because I'm sure that they are very direct with their feedback that they are giving. But that's awesome that you had their support early on. And so I guess this one's open for any of you guys to answer. I'll toss it to the group. But producers are being, I think, overwhelmed with all the different technologies that are being brought to market. So what strategies or how do you guys look to kind of cut through the noise and then bring the value or the ROI to the forefront of the conversation?
I think you cut through the noise with having a very straightforward ROI, so practical, pragmatic. If your ROI is one that you have to get into deep conversation to explain and have somebody understand, especially your customers, that's challenging. And I think, you know, if also too, if it's something that takes 3 crop rotations in order to start to see some numbers that could potentially prove that, also challenging. So, you know, I think the simple answer is a pragmatic ROI that everybody understands.
And a good price point. So producers, they don't want to be spending a lot of money on something that may or may not provide the ROI that they're looking for. And so making sure that the price point is affordable enough that they can try your system out, and even if it does not work for them, they don't feel like they're out a ton of money.
Yeah, and I think, look, one of the huge advantages that Kyle and Mocha have as founders who come from the industry and know it well is they can speak the language of their customers. And when you're talking to your customers, like even for us, for example, we work with organizations that have 1,000 to 3,000 employees often. They have innovation and operations and harvesting teams, and they'll still take on probably 1 new innovation per year. So you have to be able to understand all of the different things they're looking at, in the sense that your competition isn't the other robotics company that's picking mushrooms. Your competition is every new piece of innovation they're contemplating that they can test that year. And that's essentially the budget you're going after and really the mind share that you're going after. So you have to understand the full context of their operations, which again, if you come from the industry, makes it a lot easier because you understand that your competition is everything across the board in innovation. So for us, getting back to Kyle's point, it's like in your face, clear ROI that they can use as, again, these are big enterprises when they go up to their bosses and say, here's our payback period, right here, easy to understand numbers that they can work with.
And Sean, on the topic of customers, you just flew back from Europe, I believe, last week, and you talked about being on mushroom farms and it not being the most sexy thing, but how important is it to actually be boots on the ground and talking to your customers?
It's critical. And like for us, I didn't come from the industry. And so one of the first things I did is I went and worked a couple shifts and full days picking mushrooms. And people, day one, the harvesting trainer at Highline Mushrooms comes up and looks at my hands and she goes, your fingers are too fat. You'd never make it. I was like, oh, geez. And so that was the first piece, showing them that like we're really to step up. Second piece was both with the farm and our team, doing the shit that no one wants to do. And so for us, that's the night shift when we were deploying robots. So I'm one of few people in the entire world who slept on a mushroom farm. Mushroom farmers haven't done that. And so that was another piece of like showing that you're doing everything you can as the tech nerd who doesn't know anything about the industry to try and get integrated. And so those little proof points let them show them that you want to be in the industry and be a real partner with them. And then you start getting that critical feedback. And look, I think the purpose of this panel is to hopefully give advice to founders who are taking on their own challenges. I just want to double down on what Kyle said too, because it's just so true in that what they say is often going to take you down rabbit holes that are challenges and you shouldn't be doing. It's why they're saying it. So getting to the why, and I know we've already talked about that, but that's such a critical piece that you have to be able to sift through to know what it is that you should be building. Because if you're just doing the what, you're going to build a bunch of useless stuff that they don't actually want to pay for.
I love it. we're going to kind of shift to a little bit more of like a founder journey and background. But Kyle, there's an interesting article title about you. It's called From a Cup on a Stick to Machine Learning and Vision. So I dug into that a little bit more, but walk us through, I guess, how have things changed or not changed maybe from grain grading when you were on the farm back in your day?
How have things changed? The grain grading really hasn't changed that much. That's why this was such an appealing opportunity for me. And so, you know, when I was around 12 years old is when I started kind of having what I would call meaningful jobs on the farm, where I actually got to start driving equipment. And so one of the first things that I got to do was a 2-ton grain truck. I was able to drive it from the field back to the yard because the field was surrounding the yard, so I didn't have to go on any roads. And when I get there, my grandma was waiting for me at the auger so I could back up to the auger, which is a scary thing to think of. I think I was like 12. And so she would guide me with, you know, a standard transmission 2-ton grain truck, back it up, but she had these massive pieces of wood there that I'd back up to and bump into and stop. But then she'd unload it, and I would have to go get the scoop or the cup on a stick and grab it and go and take the sample and put it in the pail. And so that sample process hasn't really changed at all. And so when I started looking into ground truth and what it's become, I draw on some of those personal experiences from an idea perspective, but then taking that idea, I then look at the market and go, okay, is this something, if we solve this problem, is this something, and I did this with my first company too, if we solve this problem, does the market want this? Undoubtedly. Like, is that a check? Yes, without question. Yep, okay. Then I started looking at the existing players in the market, the competitors, because there's always some. And I start analyzing what they're doing and why that product is not mainstream yet. Because if it was mainstream, the problem would be solved and I wouldn't be able to solve it. But if it's not mainstream, major opportunity. And so start analyzing those pieces and build a product around there. But, you know, really, the opportunity for me was grain grading's been the same for the last century.
I had the opportunity to go to Ground Truth Ag's office and look at the grain grading and the pictures that you market against, and I think it would be very complex to do, and they say it takes 8 years, I think, to be somebody who is proficient in it. So I think, yeah, technology is the way to go. Sean, looking at your history, and Forage just had a $17.5 million raise at the end of last year. As an investor now on the startup side, how do you find that helps you? And how do you use it to your advantage when you're on the other side of the table?
I think, like one of the pieces when I got back, I've never been a CEO before. I've been an operator in the tech space. I certainly learned that, you know, perhaps some of my advice in the past as an investor wasn't as grounded as I thought it was. And, you know, that was a bit of a wake-up call for me. In terms of where it helped, I think, you know, the biggest piece is we're now at a stage as a company where people are going to invest in us or not based on our metrics. Like, we got our first sale ever last year for $1 million. We've done about $6 million in sales to start this year. If they want to move forward with us, it's going to be based off metrics. Where it really helped was last year, where you're still more of a story than you are a company, where you have an incomplete product. And I think the big piece for me, what was a good reminder is, look, just in life as people, we have this ability to continuously build and accrue goodwill. And I essentially cashed in all of my goodwill checks in, you know, one moment in life of saying, like, please, we need to save this company. I think we can do it. You know, went and begged a lot of investors who've believed in Conexus and Emertech and Kyle and Rob and Aaron and I in the past to join us on you know, this specific journey. So I think that was the piece where, you know, I think I was pleasantly surprised that if you know, spend years doing what you say you're going to do and showing you're willing to work real hard, that, you know, people will follow you. And now I got to reward it on the flip side. So I think in the early days, I certainly had an advantage of the storytelling side. Now it's just going to be whether, you know, they like the metrics of the business or not.
Mocha, this question's for you. So with your, I think, background with some of the cattle, and then your husband and co-founder, Jeff, being more in the deep learning and AI, tell us how this is maybe the dream team, or how this really worked well for One Cup early on, and kind of have you guys had to pivot, or what does that look like now?
Yeah, so early on, I think we were a great team. Jeff is very technically sound, and he built our entire pipeline and an amazing team of engineers to create all the models that we use every day. And I'm more on the customer side of things, customer acquisitions, learning their journey, their story, and taking their feedback to heart and changing things as we go. And like I mentioned earlier, I think the key to a startup and the success of a startup is to pivot fast when necessary. And so one of the things that we've learned throughout our journey is that the cow-calf space is a challenging market to enter into, and while it's still a very valid market to have a presence in, there has real value in the confined animal space, so feedlots, dairies, swine operations, because those animals have greater health needs, and that's when you really need to be on top of things and making sure those animals are healthy and being able to assess them earlier so that they have better health outcomes. And so we learned that this year, and so we've since pivoted into being able to operate in a more large-scale confined animal space. And with that, we also have had the opportunity to bring on new management this year. And so I have stepped down as CEO recently, and I am now segueing into the role of the operating officer, and we've brought on a new CEO who has many years of experience in the VC space. Looking towards our Series A, which we hope to do in the next year or so, we wanted to really have somebody that had that expertise and the ability to take on those new VC partnerships, as well as a CFO. And so now I think we're going from, I guess, a true startup with just a couple of founders wearing a lot of hats into sort of a growth and scale-up phase where we're really excited to see where we really complement each other. The four of us are excellent, and we step in where there might not be a lot of expertise. So our new CEO, former VP at TELUS for 25 years, not in the ag space at all. And so I really compliment him on the side where I have that background in the ag space and can kindly tell him where that product won't fit in the market because it's not something that the ag space wants.
So I think that just goes to show that it's not only pivoting in product, but also in your operations and where you are as a company or what you need to get to that next space. So Sean, I'm going to pass this to you. Once again, on your LinkedIn, you had a post about doing the impossible, or somebody saying that it's not possible, you're not going to do it. And I think over the last 3 years, we've worked with a lot of founders who have seemingly done the impossible, but maybe just expand on this and sort of, does that motivate you, or how do you take that into your day?
Yeah, so I was speaking on a panel in Ireland last week about automation in the mushroom industry. And one of the other panelists effectively said, robots are going to happen one day in the future, but today they can't pick 100% of the mushrooms. So you need to adopt this type of technology where it's human beings and robots. I felt like it was right after my presentation. I felt like I was living in Orwell's 1984, where it's like people saying the thing that is being done can't be done. Don't believe your eyes. And it's like, this is insane. That's the idea of what really hit home there is this is one of the biggest cooking companies in the world in our space. Saying what we're doing can't be done. It's being done. Like we have sales stacking out for robots and picking 100% of the mushrooms in their room for 6 months now. And so I left there thinking, we're on something. If the big dogs in this industry say it cannot be done, and we're literally doing it right now, that's the inflection point that this industry is going to see change the entire space. Like this is an industry that skipped mechanization when everything else started to be mechanized 100 years ago. And so we have this wonderful opportunity where the leaders have been kind of sitting asleep all this time. And so I think it was just a reminder that when you take on the impossible tasks, it takes way longer. We thought it was going to take us about $1 million in 1 year to be able to build. It's taking us about $5 million, or 5 years to probably $30 million to stack up all of the grant capital and everything else to get it to a point where it's commercially ready. And but when you get there, you have such a huge moat that you can take over because so many people have been standing on the sidelines saying it can't be done.
I love that. So we're going to end it off. I want to be on time here, but we have a crowd full of founders from our cohort 3, but from each of you, I'm wanting to know, what is your piece of advice, either as a second-time founder who's in the thick of it right now, what lasting advice do you have to leave with these founders? Kyle, I'll start with you.
Maybe I have 2 quick ones here. One is setting a mindset. So the first time when I went through it, I always was, things are tough. Building a company is shitty most of the time. And so my mindset was, well, if I get to this stage, it's going to get easier. That makes it even worse, because if you think it's going to get easier, it never does. It's the easiest your company will ever be to run is today. And so enjoy it. Maybe it'll stay flat for a little while, but if you're pushing it, it's never going to get any easier. It shouldn't get any easier. You should have more complexity built in. And the second one is don't cop out when it comes to your own problems. And what I mean by that is, I've gone through this and tried it. Consultants are good for some things, but they're not going to solve the really hard problems that you're having a challenge with. You're the only one that can solve those, in my opinion. That's what I've experienced. And so when you have those problems, don't look elsewhere to solve them. Solve them yourself, even though it sucks.
So my first piece of advice is pivot fast and pivot often. Listen to your customers and your market and know why your technology is relevant in their space. And the second one is be humble. Take advice, listen to it, and don't take it personally. The transition from CEO to COO was a big one for me. And I think if you can accept that you're not the right person in every role, that'll get you further than anything else.
I've got two as well. I think they're a bit controversial, but so talk to your advisors and investors, because smart people are probably going to disagree with me on this. First one is first in, last out. If you're trying to build the very best company in the world in your space, it cannot be done remote and it cannot be done in a 9-to-5 environment. Your team's going to follow you, and they'll notice if you're the first person in the office and the last one to leave. And so that is an uncomfortable truth that if you want to be the best, it cannot be done in a regular structure. And the second is, if you're going down the venture track, and I think you could probably find me giving the opposite advice of this, a year or two ago on LinkedIn. If you've committed to the venture track, just blast away, growth at all costs. And I know that there's a lot of views out there now of saying, find a way to profitability and control your destiny. If you've taken on capital, you've taken on preferred capital and all those things, you need to commit to growth at all costs. It introduces a ton of risk to your business. But the flip side of that is you become a low-growth, sleepy company where there's nothing left for the common shareholders at that point in time because no one's going to buy you for a huge number. And so the piece that I would say I've come around on is blast that thing into the sun to give yourself the best chance of growth. The alternative path is you're just going to be an underpaid CEO in a sleepy company for a long time. So again, bounce those ideas off smarter people than me who you're working with, but those are the two that I think I've really centered on over the last year.
Founders, I hope you're listening because you got double for the price of one in terms of advice. But with that, I want to thank each one of you guys for coming back to Saskatchewan. Kyle, you're here in Regina. We're lucky to have you. But otherwise, I invite you guys to pick their brain when they're out in the crowd. But with that, we're going to do a very smooth and not awkward at all transition off the stage with the chairs and in preparation for Chris's keynote. So thanks, everybody.
Look at that, folks. Growth at all costs or lifting chairs at any cost? All right, so we are going to continue onward and upward. We have a lot more exciting content for you here today. What a great panel. We work with founders all the time at Cultivator, and it's inspiring to hear their stories and what they are building. They are brave folks, and to do it multiple times, pat on the back. So next up, I have the privilege of introducing Chris Patterson. Chris has a background. He has worked extensively in the egg space, whether that be with Bayer, BASF, Xarvio. He's led something there. Chris is an incredible connector. He meets people. He sits on many boards. He invests in a lot of companies. And he's got a lot to share about agriculture and technology. So please join me in welcoming Chris to the stage.
Can you this one? Oh yeah, that'd be good. Okay. Good day. Have I got a mic? Yeah, there we go. So I'm going to talk today about early stage ag tech investing and some of the positives, some of the watch-outs and stuff. So last night I was out on the town and I asked some people, to warm me up, why should we be investing in early stage ag companies? We just heard some good ones here. And I think the best answer I heard was because someone has to. And that was a pretty serious investor that answered that. But it is true, actually. If we didn't invest in innovation, we wouldn't be growing our food supply to meet the demand for food supply. So anyways, I'm going to expand a little bit more on it than that. But so this is actually an AI-generated photo of, I can't remember the exact question I asked, but to one of the AI apps, I just said, give me a picture of bountiful agriculture I can use as a backdrop. So anyways, how many out here are from a farm where they grew up? And how many here work in the agri-food industry? So quite a few. Okay, so that's actually a very small subset of society, as you know, and it's one of the best kept secrets. So we have this underlying stability in our agri-food industry. All around the world, people wake up every day and they eat, and they don't miss a day very often. And that demographic of people that wakes up and eats is growing and growing and growing. They're also getting wealthier, so the quality of their food and the choices that they want for their food is changing. So that's a great underlying stability for our industry. And on the farmer level, every acre gets seeded every year. So we can get frustrated with the commodity markets or the price of fertilizer or the price of a John Deere tractor or whatever, but every acre gets seeded every year all around the world. So that is a great stabilizing factor in our industry, and that's why it just continues to grow. And that growth isn't going to end for a long time. We've got continued population growth, continued population wealth increase. We've got a lot of the best farmland in the world that has been paved over already, and that urban expansion is happening at an accelerating rate. And I live north of Calgary, and I'm an acreage country, so it's getting harder and harder for the farmers to operate and move their big equipment around between the fields and spray on a certain day, and the neighbors are all wondering what toxic thing is being sprayed there. So that what would you say, the license to operate for farming is becoming more difficult. So but we do have that underlying stability. So there's you could say, who wouldn't want to invest in this industry when we've got this great tailwind driving force of population growth and declining farmland and stuff like that? Well, it's more complex than that, as we all know. So there's some trends here that are more nuanced. It's not as easy to invest in that. So we got tech enablement. That's a really big one. That's changing the way that farming happens right now. So we've got all sorts of, you just heard some technologies here a minute ago. I've been here this week participating in the Cultivator accelerator, and I've heard a whole new cohort of companies and the great ideas that I'd never even thought of before. So we've got things in the realm of genetics and traits. You can buy your own CRISPR kit now for about, I think it's $170,000. You can do it yourself at home and do gene editing. Who would have thought that was possible just a few years ago, right? And there's the whole trend of AI. AI has just invaded all parts of our industry and will continue to do so more and more as more people understand what that means and how to leverage it. And AI, I think in ag, you would say it's augmented intelligence. So it's not really replacing a human as much as it is just augmenting a human's ability to do something bigger, faster, more creatively. And I even used some AI tools to create this presentation and get some ideas. So we've got all sorts of things that if you walk around the show here, you're going to see. We've got new satellites, different types of satellites. We've got drones. We've got drones that spray. I'm involved with a company here out of Regina called Precision AI, is one of the companies I'm on the board for, and it's incredible what they've done with AI and making that into a robotic response. That thing can fly at like 50 mile an hour and identify one unique plant at a time and decide what should happen and then execute a zap it. And this is happening like, I think it's 200 times per second. So that's, I think, one of the most advanced things that, if you ask me what do I know that's going to change our industry and change the way that things happen, I think one that was growing right here in Regina is going to change the bar globally. There's all sorts of examples, and there's nanotechnologies. There's a lot going on in the biologic space. We learned of one yesterday where they've isolated, bugs that are sitting on the leaf, like naturally occurring products that repel insects, and they've managed to isolate it, and now they can reproduce it and use it as a insect repellent rather than a pesticide. And so there's lots going on. I could go on for an hour about all the different things we've seen. My previous role at Bayer, we got to look at screening all sorts of technologies. We came to the fundamental belief that, hey, people don't want to eat chemicals. And so today we think about the paradigm of spraying a field, and next it's zone by zone and variable rate, and then pretty soon it's one plant at a time getting treated, and next it might be a laser beam or electricity or a biologic or a genetic trait on how you would control diseases and insects and weed pressure and stuff like that. So everything's evolving very quickly, and so this is a threat to some companies, but I think in that case we're saying, like, let's deliver the outcome. What the farmer actually wants is a weed-free field or a disease-free field. What the consumer actually wants is, I don't want to eat chemicals. I want healthy food, and I want lots of choice and good quality food. So I think these things can be accomplished, and that's where there's a technology race going on that will help all that happen. So there's that's tech enablement. I think one of the next biggest things that is driving change in our industry is, of course, the baby boomer demographic. And there's lots of guys that are not going to be farming in 10 years right now. So that's created all sorts of things. Less farmers, less labor that the farms can hire. And the town where I came from in northern Saskatchewan is like about probably 20% of the homes for sale right now. Our grocery store is closed, our bank is closed, and the school is now closed. So that's an alarming situation. It frustrates me when I see record immigration and they're landing up in downtown Toronto or downtown Calgary where they can't find employment, record high cost of living. We should be better at getting them into these rural communities and giving them jobs and affordable housing, and they can grow gardens and everything else. I think that'd be a great start. That's the history of our country, how immigration happened, right? So urbanization is part of that trend as well. There's just a lot of our best farmland is being paved over, and that's going to keep moving on. And as people, even the farm kids today are not involved in farms like I was. They're playing hockey, they're going to rodeo, whatever, but they're not totally involved in the farms. Like when I was 8 or 10 years old, I was lots of hours on a tractor. That's how I ended up getting my arm cut off when I was about 5 years old. I was out there helping Dad on a silage harvester, right? So you don't see that as much anymore. So the number of people who know how to work on a farm is going to be going less and less and less. So if you were to fly from Edmonton to Florida and look down at any point on that trip, you're going to see lots of little squares. Those are quarter sections of land. And I think I think there was a plane that just actually flew from Edmonton to Florida, I think, with the Oilers. But if they had looked down at any one time, you'd see all those little quarter sections. At one point, those were all homesteads, and it was typically a very large family with a lot of children that homesteaded that quarter and broke it up from native prairie into cropland. And today, it might be one family farming 3,000 or 5,000 or 20,000 acres, and probably a lot smaller family with a lot fewer children. So the trend towards urbanization is big in North America, and it's global. It's the same in China. It's the same in the Philippines. It's cities getting bigger and rural areas becoming empty. So that's what that leads to is, in the terms of what we're talking about today, we're going to need a lot more autonomous guidance. We're going to need a lot more robotics. We're going to need a lot of different ways to achieve that outcome of growing food, getting that land, getting that crop put in. So another big trend driver right now is deglobalization. So for, pretty well since the World War II ended, there's been a trend towards globalization, and our trade negotiations have been going better. The U.S. Navy has been the police of the ocean. That's now unwinding. So a lot of our trade patterns that we've got accustomed to over the last 70 years are coming to an end here. Food security looks very different now when countries are saying if China does something, or if Russia does something, or if something happens in the Middle East, how is that going to affect this? And so a lot is changing there, and that as an export nation, that'll change how we deal with the world, and maybe on how we're going to, what kind of food are we selling? Are we selling our commodities, or is it going to be something that looks very different? And I think it will, but all these are opportunities for investing categories. Changing consumer preferences. So there's just a lot of, like I said, a lot of fear and mistrust of the stuff on the grocery aisles today and how it was growing. And there's a whole bunch of misinformation. So I'm sure you've heard lots about the Roundup things, and we lost the neonic category of pesticides here in Canada, and lots of controversy about gene editing and GMOs and stuff like that. And so that's creating disruption that you might not be able to plan for. It might not be convenient, but it also creates opportunities for alternatives. And so unpredictable advancing regulatory environment. So it might not be the changing consumer preferences that disrupts what we're doing. It could be just a regulation. That's how the neonics were lost in Canada. It was not a lot of roundtable consultation was involved, not a lot of awareness or warning. All of a sudden one day it was just announced, this is happening. Left everybody kind of wondering, what about all the inventory in the retail channel? What if I've already bought some product and it's sitting in my shed? Am I still allowed to spray it? And so that's the kind of stuff that can happen, and it's not just in Canada, it's happening lots. The politicians of the day need to appease their voters, so they'll do something like that. And so as an industry, that's a problem, but it's also an opportunity to say what else can replace that product now. So we got growth and global population and wealth. I've talked about that already, but I think the overall scenario is here. There's a really good underlying industry, and there's lots of changes going on within it, and those are all opportunities to become an investor. So I grew up on a farm in the 1970s, 1980s, and I think we can visualize what that looked like. A lot of farms look the same. We believe that rain makes grain, and we tilled a lot of soil, and we spent a lot of time on those tractors. Some had cabs, some didn't have cabs, but I think in the future it's going to look very different. I don't know where this picture came from. It was AI generated, I think, but I don't know if it'll look like that or something very different. All I know is it's going to look very different when we remove a lot of the people out of the equation, have much larger farms, and a lot more autonomous and a lot more technology, and technologies that we probably haven't even dreamed about yet. So grew up on a farm, and then years later I was involved with ag retail. So I got to drive in the yards of a lot of different farms and learn how they farmed. And what I observed was, over the fence line from each other, they had the same soil type, got the same rain clouds, and yet there was a big variance in yield from one side of that fence to the other. And it was because some farmers were leveraging science and technology better than other farms. And that made a big difference in their yields and their ability to be profitable. And years later, I was a partner in AgriTrend. And again, we got to drive into a lot of the best farms in the nation and see how they were doing things and help coach them to be better at leveraging technology. We would have the ability to introduce them to a lot of technologies and help them learn it and help them adopt it, and got to see what kind of an impact that made. So in a parallel universe, while that was going on, there was a place called Silicon Valley that had what we call the tech ecosystem. And lots of investors it took to create what became Silicon Valley, lots of talent pool. The academic institutions were creating the right kind of talent. Those became entrepreneurs that were getting funded by investors. There was lots of mentorship, there was lots of different support vehicles, and there was a market for what they were doing, and they were looking at some of the same kind of trend lines that we're talking about here as an opportunity, and they pounced on it. And so that kind of became the world's example of how a tech ecosystem should look. So that's kind of moved now a lot into agriculture. And we have a lot of the same terminology and a lot of the same modeling on how to do this, how to create an ecosystem and follow it. And there's a lot of good that's come out of there. I think we've realized that capital doesn't have to be only from your bottom line EBITDA. You can have outside capital to leverage your growth, grow faster, grow bigger. I think we just heard some of that on stage here. And that was really hard to do before. I know in some of the companies I was involved with in the 90s and the early 2000s and stuff, we didn't know how to raise capital. We didn't even know that was a thing. And we'd walk into, the big bank and say, hey, we need to borrow some money. And they're looking at what we've got to lend against, and they laughed. And we didn't know how to approach investors, and investors of the day didn't really know how to invest. So I think that's matured a lot. We've taken those learnings from Silicon Valley, but I think there's, and I would say a boom that's happened as a result, as investing has become known, and there's some models on how to invest, and it's hit the media a lot. It's created some hype. So agri-food tech investing has grown systematically for about 10 or 12 years now. It's just been growing. A little hiccup here within the last year or two, just as the capital markets are adjusting to the higher cost of capital, and capital is a lot harder to come by right now for all industries. But the amount of investment pouring into agri-food innovation is substantial, and we're on a great path there. But it's, I think that comparison to Silicon Valley is also very problematic. If you read some of the media reports, like say Ag Funder, and there's quite a few others, the terminology being used is actually problematic. So we talk about how many unicorns have happened, and in ag it's a disappointing number. We talk about scalability, like in Silicon Valley they talk about billions. In agriculture it's more of a B2B relationship between businesses, so you don't talk billions or even millions. Good scalability might be talked about in terms of hundreds or maybe thousands, right? And so if you're using the Silicon Valley metrics, that looks very disappointing. And like the time for adoption, I think, the farm that I grew up on the way that farming happens today is very different. We still have a tractor, we still put seed in the ground and stuff like that, but a whole lot looks different and happens differently with the zone control and variable rate and auto steer, and there's just a lot of innovation that has happened, and the yields have probably more than tripled in that time frame, a lot because of genetics and precision fertility and different things. So it's not like innovation happens, but I think it happens at a pace where it's kind of like the frog in warm water. You just don't notice it around you because it seems like it's happening very slow. Whereas in Silicon Valley, you get boom, oh, we just hit another billion today. And there's this expectation that things should evolve faster when you're an investor. So that's dangerous, and it's hard to be an investor sometimes in ag when you're reading that media and it's telling you it's all disappointing, but when you look back, it's actually been very positive. So hype bubbles is another thing that comes, and it's a lot of times media driven, so I'm sure you can all relate to some of the hype bubbles that have happened just in ag, where valuations got driven up ridiculous and government funding got poured on things and investor capital started showing up and everything got crazy, and then all of a sudden everybody kind of wakes up and says, whoa, the market isn't really developing here, and there's these stranded assets all over the place and overvalued companies. So that's another challenge that I think it comes with inexperienced investors and lots of media attention. So I think our competence is getting better, our depth is getting better all the time. I became an angel investor quite some time ago, probably 10 years ago, so I think I'm invested in about 17 companies now, and some good, some bad. I've learned a lot about what not to do as an investor. I've learned, and I guess I'm lucky enough that I'm playing with the house's money today, so it's been overall a pretty good scenario, but I was kind of disappointed with some of the ways that I didn't win, where I thought I got good depth. I've worked in ag retail, I've worked for the corporates, I've been part of a lot of different things in ag and grew up on a farm. I thought I'm probably better equipped than most people to know and recognize what technology might have a fit in this industry. And yet sometimes you can get diluted. Sometimes a big investor will come and flush the earlier investors who took all the big risk. You might have two founders that get in an argument and get greedy and can't get along, or you might be a divorce in the leadership team. There's just all sorts of crazy scenarios that can sometimes be the demise of a good company. And they did everything right. They had the product, the market, the team, a whole bunch of things going right, but yet still the investors didn't make money. So I was at a point where I was frustrated with that when I encountered my current partner, Wilson Acton, and it's now Tallgrass Ventures. And he grew up on a farm, had led some startups in the ag space, and then was an M&A attorney for about 10 years and had seen the good, the bad, and the ugly on a lot of stuff. So he was saying, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Why didn't they do that? So that was, for me, a big light bulb moment. It said, there's an opportunity to do things a lot safer and a lot smarter as an investor. So that's where today I don't angel invest anymore. I invest through a professional fund. And I think we've got a team that considers a lot more angles than I could consider as one person. So we look at liquidity and saying, like, we want to know how this investment will have an exit before we even invest. And we have lots of corporate connections, and that can be where we're steering towards as an exit. That can also be a cue on how to invest, but it can also be value add that we can bring to the companies and say, you need to be introduced here. And it could be private equity investors later on. That could be an exit, also some value add along the way. And there's lots of things just about dilution, partnership agreements, the right legal structure, protecting their intellectual property properly, and just lots of reasons why companies succeed or fail. You can pick the right company and then really help them, higher probability of success. So that's what we're doing these days. I guess there's something here that didn't exist years ago that's shaping up really nicely now, that's helping the probabilities of becoming a successful investor, and that's this ecosystem. So there's many, many components. So when I talked earlier about the Silicon Valley ecosystem, it was many, many components that created that system, and we are, you know, achieving a lot of the same kind of things in Canada here. And we've got the smart farms, and we've got accelerators like Cultivator. We've got lots of ways to validate technology, match talent to an opportunity, get funded, get, you know, validated on a bigger scale, get scaled up, get early market access, get a different type of capital attracted. So there's an evolving ecosystem here that's making things a lot more professional, de-risking things a lot, helping the startups scale up a lot more efficiently. One of the big things right now is a lot of the corporates that used to build a new R&D wing and hire more scientists and engineers are now looking externally saying, why would I do all that when there's a startup over here that's doing what we're going to do? We'll just invest over here, or maybe license that technology, or let's do a marketing partnership or a cross-marketing thing. Like, there's so many things going on right now that it's a win for the corporates, but it's also a win for the innovation companies to move faster and more efficiently. So this is shaping up well, and there's lots of opportunities that come with that. So as, I guess, to become an investor, and I guess one of the things you got to ask is why. So why did I become an investor? I was a partner in AgriTrend years ago, and we had this group within AgriTrend called the Senior Agri-Coaches, and I looked up a lot of the guys that had wrote my university textbooks and recruited them out of retirement. And you would probably recognize a lot of those names, and they were mentors. They had deep science. They would love to debate the science with the younger people and be around younger people, you know, get exposed to the newer ideas. So life for them in a retirement community on a golf course was not exciting. They loved it. So I said, your minimum requirement is a half hour a year, but you can hang around as much as 200 days a year if you want, and we'll pay you well. And I think most of them ended up being 200 days a year. And I watched the aging clock unwind with these people. And today there's no AgriTrend, and I'm not a scientist, but I was kind of thinking, what could I do that will keep me that inspired and motivated and that purpose-driven when I'm 92 years old? And for me, that's investing. I can bring a whole lifetime of learning a few right things and a lot of wrong things, and say I can bring this value to one of the companies that I can mentor or advise or invest in. And that's what I want to be doing when I'm 92. I don't envision myself ever living in a retirement community on a golf course. So, I think there's lots of opportunities here for farmers, for people who work in agribusiness, to do the same kind of thing. So I would recommend, if that interests you, the ways to get started are participate in some boards. That's what I did. I got involved with some boards for startups, just volunteer basis. I got involved in some not-for-profit boards and got to know what it feels like to be on a board and how to show up and provide value and stuff. Eventually I got better at that, got into better companies, got into some paid boards, and eventually I said, this is a really good company. I think I actually want to invest. I got into mentorship organizations, angel investor clubs, so a lot of different angles that exposed me to a lot of other investors doing the same thing. And I think if you're a farmer or an agribusiness person, you have a unique perspective that lets you know more than the average person. I go to these investment events lots, and I talk to a bunch of, Harvard MBAs or whatever. They don't know a lot about our industry, and yet they're investors in it. And that's why there's a lot of stupid investing that happens. But I think that you have competence, and you could learn to be a great investor with what you know as a farmer or working in the industry. And there's lots of good ways to get started now. and it doesn't have to cost a lot of money. You have to be curious, you have to want to be involved, but there's lots of good avenues, and that's what I've done, and I'm looking forward to another 30 or 40 years of it. So anyways, that's if there's any questions, if you're ever interested in that, I'd be happy to share with some paths on how to become an investor and how to help validate technologies or give opinions. Hey, is this a good idea or a bad idea? And Cultivator has what they call the Million Acre Club, I think it is, and they want 1 million acres of farmland that the startups in Cultivator can call and ask, hey, is this a good idea or a bad idea? Or how do you think this would look on your farm? Or would you ever try this? That's one example, and there's a lot of other examples. I'm part of like Creative Destruction Mentorship Group, and there's, Startup TNT is a very fun little organization that invests in companies, and you'll learn a lot, and it doesn't cost a lot. And so those are some examples of ways to get started as an investor. And I think for a farm, it makes a lot of sense. Diversify your income, you get exposed to new ideas a lot earlier, and you learn how to leverage technology, and you start thinking differently. So highly recommend for any farm to use your farm as an R&D shop and get involved in this ecosystem that's driving innovation in ag. So anyways, that's all I wanted to talk about today. Anybody have any questions? Or I can't see much. Good. I'll be around. So.
All right, thank you so much, Chris. You're starting something up, you want an investor, you want a perspective, go find Chris, he'll give it to you. Well, maybe. The money, we'll see. All right, so now's a time for a bit of crowd interaction. So let's start out. Who out there is from the Regina area? We got some folks. Who's out there from Saskatchewan, but outside Regina? Yeah, you can cheer, you can put your hand up. Okay, how about from the prairies? Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba. It's kind of hard to see a little bit. There we go. How about outside of the prairies, but within Canada? Anybody? How about outside of Canada? There we go. We see one. We see a big hand at the back. We got our friends from Brazil. We got our UK founders. Okay, so we have lots of people coming from all over the world, all over the province, all over Canada to be here today. So we're very excited about our next session. And here's my question for the crowd. Who out there, when you're going on a long road trip, likes to listen to music, and who likes to listen to podcasts? Any podcast fans in the crowd? Yeah? Okay, we are very excited because our next session up today, we're going to have a live podcast recorded on the stage. So it's called The Truth About Ag, hosted by Christian Hebert and Evan Shout, and they're going to be interviewing the Farm Credit Canada CEO and President, Justine Hendricks. So we got a very exciting next session up for you, and please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
I think I'm on the hot seat. I feel squeezed, gents.
You forgot your ball cap. Well, I guess I get to start today, guys, because I'm pretty sure once I get these two started, you're not going to hear me much for the rest of it. So this is the Truth About Ag podcast. As she mentioned, my name's Evan Shout, my co-host Christian Hebert, and a special guest. And she's not even sweating yet, so this is good. So just, I'm going to start with a little story. So FCC likes to keep pretty close tabs on Justine, so they asked for a list of questions. And if anybody's watched our podcast, we don't do questions. So Christian nicely sends them a list, and as I'm reading through it, I'm going, there's no way he's asking any of these questions. And then I get here today and look at Justine, and she goes, there's no way he's asking any of these questions. So, for those that know us, we are going to free this one, and I guess I get to start. So, I hear FCC's moving to Ottawa.
I thought you were going to say Montreal, Evan.
Pick one.
Well, actually, the latest that I heard, I was going to tell, I forgot to tell Christian, is I got a call from his dad a couple of weeks ago. And last time I was over, he said, you know, Justine, the homestead where Christian grew up, like, we're kind of thinking of doing something different. So I said, is it for sale? Maybe I could move half of the head office up to Mooseman. That'd be an interesting move, right? I'd have your dad run the operation. But no, we are not moving from Regina in terms of head office. This has been interesting to see how the rumor mill's been going on. It's been quite entertaining, but as I said yesterday, we're pretty adamant about that. We've been here since the 90s. There's like over 1,000 employees here. It makes a lot of sense for us to be headquartered here, but we also want to kind of maintain our footprint across Canada. So you two won't get rid of me that fast.
I was going to say, I don't know if Louis could sell the homestead anymore because the story in Mooseman is that the Chinese bought it.
Oh, okay, well then maybe we have a little problem.
And my answer, same thing I said at home, is unless they bought out Conexus Credit Union. I haven't heard the story myself yet. But, you know, so I guess let's make sure that everybody understands this. We ended up on the podcast because I have an immense amount of respect for Justine. Evan would have the number better than I do. I think I borrow 1% of my total debt from FCC, and my total debt number is pretty big. And so what happened is a mutual friend, I think it was Kim McConnell, introduced us and said, you two need to talk, right? And Justine came out to the farm. We've had a bunch of discussions since, and we'll roll into those. But the question I really want to ask you, and everyone knows I'm very politically correct, so I tried to think of the right way to ask it, but I don't know how. So, how did you get picked or chosen for the job of CEO of FCC? And the reason I would say that is, in my brain, when I picture a typical agriculture banker from Western Canada, like a little black French-speaking lady from Ottawa that grew up in Montreal, like it's not the first thing that comes to my mind.
Really? Come on.
Edit.
Yeah. Thank you for that question. Is that what I'm supposed to answer? The politically correct answer? So, and folks, don't worry. Christian and I talked about this before. So, and I love your candor. So it's all good. And it's a fair one. I'm probably not the typical person you would expect to first bid for a job like this, or even to be remotely successful at it. I'm a city girl at heart, right? That now finds herself in a totally different sector. So the Reader's Digest answer to that, Christian, would be, well, one, I think the experience I have with 17 years in exports, so I worked in another crown before, had a stint in doing some stuff in ag equipment, so I used to go to Russia with the MacDon guys and all of that stuff. And just kind of understanding Canada's competitiveness abroad, I think played a part. I'm pretty good with customers. I think you invited me back, so I was able to ride in a cab with your dad, so I figured that was not too bad in terms of winning the Hebert family over. And, you know, at the end of the day, with the financing background that I have, hopefully the combination of those three meant that, you know, the sector, and there was a nice opportunity at FCC. They wanted to see what we could do a bit differently, so they said, hey, why don't you come in and see what you can do? So that's kind of, I think, how I ended up here.
Yeah, and I mean, and I wouldn't disagree. I'd go back through some of the meetings we've had. And I mean, once again, I usually sugarcoat questions to Justine. So first time I met her, I said, like what is your plan? Because I don't really always know that your number one shareholder is aligned with my ideas for agriculture. And I'm assuming everybody in the crowd would understand that's the federal government, which currently right now, you know, myself and them are quite aligned on no issues. But I said, like, what's your plan? And Justine, to be honest, she caught me off guard because you were 9 months into the job at the time. Yeah. And her exact answer back was, like, obviously she has to run a business and there needs to be a profit. Yeah. And there's a percentage of that profit that has to be returned. But there's also a percentage that needs to be invested in the future of the industry. And her exact question back is, I think we can invest more in the industry. Part of the reason we're talking is, if you were me, where would you invest it? So we're trying to have the best agriculture industry a decade from now or 20 years from now. What do we have to put it in? Because obviously, as farmers in the crowd will say, well, just dock 2 points off the interest rate. Well, there's banking regulations that you can't physically do that. But things like investing in venture cap, private equity on innovation and on education, right? And research, those are all the things that we talked about. And I mean, there's been a bunch announced here in the last
48 hours.
48 hours, right? That I think it's pretty interesting to watch. And so I'd lead into my next question. I think you guys call it the placemat, right? That's your mission, vision, goal.
Yeah.
Like, give us a little story on Justine's stamp on the placemat of FCC and how you envision the future.
Yeah, so, and thanks for that, Kristen. Before I go there, maybe a couple of things I wanted to share is, so it has been kind of 15 months that I've been on the job. I didn't waste any time, right? I tried to go as much out to see the customers, employees, stakeholders, and my number one goal was to kind of understand and get the vibe for what was going on, right? And if I was to take a step back and say, so what did I hear? Lots of excitement for the sector. And I mentioned earlier when I was at EDC, I got a chance to dabble into the sector. And funny enough, when I got the job, somebody at EDC sent me a note and said, Justine, it's kind of funny that you're now going to be in charge of FCC. Because when we were sitting together in Russia after we finished this big ag show, I had actually turned over to the staff and said, you know what, I think I have the best job at EDC because I think this is the best sector in the world. And he says, look at you 11 years later, you're gonna go be in charge of it. So I guess the moral of that story is be careful what you say because people do pay attention. So here I am and engaging with lots of stakeholders. And you know, there's two things that I heard loud and clear. One was, can you actually help tell the story? Right? And you and I talked about that. And I know, Evan, when we had dinner, all of us together. So that was one of the things that I heard. And then the other one was, FCC, we need you to do more, right? And I heard that across the country. So with that, came back, we did some outside in view, kind of continued to engage, and this is kind of where the placemat came from. So the tagline to the placemat, that's the new strategy for FCC, starts off by ag and food needs all of us, right? And it starts with FCC, but really what that's meant to say is we need to partner, right, with those in the industry, those outside of the industry. And if we're all going at it hoping that we're gonna solve it all, we're gonna lose before we even got started. So that's kind of the thing behind that. And then if I was to take 3 words to summarize what we're trying to do, it's we're trying to be bold, we're trying to be a catalyst, and we're trying to be resilient. So when you talk, for example, of the investments we've made in the last couple of days that we announced, that's FCC being a catalyst. So if we, with some of our investments in gifts, for example, can bring stakeholders to the table to invest for something that's going to pay off in the future, we want to play a part in that. When we're talking about being bold, it means we're known out there for being senior secured lenders. We do that super well. But based on what the needs are, things are changing. So FCC needs to be bold and kind of figure out what those solutions are so we can respond. And the resiliency is not just about investing in the industry, but it's also the resilience of FCC. Because if we're not resilient, we're not going to be able to be there for the long run. So that's kind of at a really, really high level. And that spins off into us investing in our platform, Ag Expert, making sure we're doing stuff in innovation. The other one that I think I know you and I love to talk about is Indigenous and underrepresented groups as an example of how the future of the industry is going to look like and what can we do as key actors today to kind of make sure that they become huge participants in the industry.
So I just want to jump in because the first one you said was telling the story of ag. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a break for a second.
Thanks, Evan.
I want to pose that to one of my co-hosts here is for you to actually tell the crowd, what do you believe the story of ag is? If you could tell it today, and I'm putting you on the spot, what is the story of agriculture in Saskatchewan and Canada today?
Well, I mean, there's no question. I think agriculture is by far the best industry to be in the world. Now, there's a couple reasons for that, right? One is the world needs food, and I try to see positives in everything. So if you had to see a positive in what we learned from COVID, we actually saw some shelves go empty. Yeah. And it went empty of all the food we grow in this room. Not niche products, not stuff that was made in Petri dishes, of what grows here, right? So there's the positive there. I think that there's obviously always risk in a commodity business, right? And there's always risk in an old industry. But I don't know about anyone else, but there's hundreds of thousands of jobs available in agriculture right now. I think it's not just employment on a farm, right? You can be a mechanic, you can be a truck driver, you can be a scientist, you can be a salesperson. I don't care if you work for FCC, for My Farm, for John Deere, for Bayer, right? There's all kinds of opportunity for every education stream. And I think we're still lucky enough in Canada that a lot of people are only 1, 2, 3 generations from the farm, that they still remember it, that we can capture that opportunity to bring them back, right? You go to the US or you go to Europe where they're 7, 8, 9, 10 generations away. Like, I got friends in the US that a quarter section, they had to sign leases with 10 different people because it's 5 generations old. The farm doesn't mean anything to them. They still think bread comes from Sobeys, not from wheat, right? So, I think in Canada we have a huge opportunity there. And I mean, I'm a recovering accountant by trade. I mean, Dean, one of my old mentors, is in the crowd, and I tell this story very often. Like, when I was at the firm and I was going to leave to go farming, I got a number of phone calls to say, have you lost your mind? Why would you quit being a chartered accountant to go farming, right? And I got to give Dean credit, and I had another mentor named Roy. Both of them said, can't believe we kept you this long. Get out of here, right? Show them you're right. But I didn't leave because I thought land was going to quadruple in value. I mean, that's been kind of handy, right? But at the time, that's not what I believed, so far, right? What I believed was the opportunity in agriculture was endless. It was the oldest industry in the world, and I had seen all these little snippets from other industries that we hadn't employed. We hadn't got a good job on HR and running farms as shifts and projects. We hadn't looked at innovative financing. We hadn't looked at innovative insurance because the only thing available was crop insurance. There were so many areas that I thought there was opportunity that, to be honest, my hardest problem when I went back into agriculture was finding time to sleep because there was that much going on.
Well, and I could probably second that. I mean, I kind of did the same trek as him, except I followed him instead of doing it on my own. So when I left, I think it was the biggest thing was agriculture is still behind what I call other industries. So we have so much room to grow, so much movement to change. And that's what excited me, was that we weren't in an industry that has already done it all and seen it all. We're in an industry that's still growing. And I mean, we see it in tech, obviously being here today, and we see it in a lot of areas, and it's just the opportunities are endless. And so far the road's been fun, so.
Yeah, I think the one thing I'd like to pivot a bit to is, if you've paid attention to the show at all, there's been some pretty good announcements from FCC. And Justine, you're too humble sometimes, to be honest, right? So she glanced over pretty quickly GIFS, which is the Global Institute of Food Security. Minister Merritt's in the crowd. So, I mean, it was the original idea of I believe, of the government and Nutrien to show a lot of stuff about Saskatchewan and Western Canadian food and agriculture. I see Alana's out here. She chairs I think you chair the board and the advisory board. So it's very farmer involved. There was a report that they released right before COP28 in Dubai that literally showed virtually every commodity we grow in Saskatchewan, we are the best in the world. And if we're not the best in the world, the only place that beats us is a little portion of Australia. And the reason for that is Australia has the same kind of percentage of acres under zero till as we do. But that's not the story that we hear everywhere. We don't hear it in Canada. We don't hear it in the globe. We don't hear it anywhere. Like, arguably, and I do a show of hands, but this light is so bright in my eyes, I can't see you anyway. Like, arguably, I would assume if I asked, is there any farmers in this room that get frustrated when they hear the word sustainable, I would assume most farms would put their arm up, right? But the reason we're frustrated is because marketing companies have stole it from us. Because we are sustainable. Zero till was created here. We are literally the best in the world at almost every crop that we grow. I can't even remember, like, the pea and canola and lentil number is off the charts how much better we are. So arguably, Team Canada, we're going to debate this later, Team Canada, should be out there selling more commodities than we've ever sold in the entire lifetime of our nation to build infrastructure, to build a rainy day fund for the future, right? And that was my most interesting thing about being in Dubai, actually, I'm not saying I agree with everything that goes on there, but like, their leadership structure is okay if your leader has a pretty good vision. I'm not saying I ethically agree with everything.
Are you talking about the Dubai leadership?
Yeah.
Okay, let's not go there, Christian.
But the one point that was interesting is they had a whole bunch of oil. They sold it to invest in their country. They invested in infrastructure. They invested in banking. They invested in tourism. There's a bunch of stuff I don't like too. But they took what they had and what they were good at to invest in a future for the next generations. And I think as we pivot and work through this, gifts was the first step of us investing to tell the story of how good we are, so that not only, we will keep improving, we have to, it's what we do, but let's start to pivot. We can start here, but it has to be pivot all of Team Canada. Like, let's sell the, we're on stage, but I'm me. Like, let's sell the shit out of everything we're good at and show the world how good we're at it, and then sell them knowledge, because that's what we're good at, to build a future for our kids and grandkids. I mean, that, I don't know about anybody else in the crowd, but I mean, your whole being for life is, one, leave a better world for your kids, and two, leave better kids for the world.
Yep.
Make every decision on that.
Yeah. So, so thank you for that. Does he always rant on this long? I know. Yeah. He'd be going on and on. So we started with gifts, we went to the Middle East, and then we're back. So, agree with you for most of it, Christian. I think what I'm taking away and what you're saying is, and this is at the heart of who we are as Canadians, we don't do a good job at telling the story. So the beauty about gifts, for one, is I just love the fact, and so one, it represents investing now for the future. It accelerates the ability to get some really tangible solutions for producers, farmers to be able to apply in the short term for long-term results. And what I love is that it's backed by data, because that's one thing I picked up too, is we haven't been really well coordinated to actually bring the data together to tell the story. And I can tell you from my previous life at EDC, when you show up internationally, the maple leaf is fantastic, but when you can put data behind it, you're in it. Well, you were at COP. It's a different ball game. So putting our best foot forward internationally, because we are an exporter, is super important. I don't know, do you want to talk about Team Canada? I know you're dying to talk about it, but we can go there if you want.
Sure.
Ooh, he's going to let me walk into the trap. So maybe I should just stop. Say, Christian, what do you think about Team Canada?
That was well played. Yeah, so, yeah, I'll give my 2 bits. And then
Okay, you give your 2 bits, and then I'll pick up the pieces.
So first of all, let's start with the humble side.
Yes.
Because the reason we're going down the Team Canada path is to tell the story. But as agriculture, we have to admit a couple things. Number one, our fierce independence allows us to beat Mother Nature, but it also really tells us to keep all of our stuff inside. We don't even like sharing anything with anybody, right? And the only yield in general we'll share with somebody is if they tell us first, right? So we don't tell the story. Secondly, the companies that are involved in agriculture, like, they are obviously scientific backgrounds, not marketers. Because if we weren't in agriculture and you saw the word fertilizer, herbicide, pesticide, genetically modified, like, I don't automatically think of a 2- and 4-year-old child running through that. Like, you kind of think of skulls and crossbones.
Yeah.
So, but we didn't care. We weren't storytellers. It's something that I use to do the job, to grow my crop, to feed you safely, and an hour after I spray my crop, my kids can run through it. I don't mind at all. Yeah. I think it's safe. But we forgot to tell that part, right? Yeah. We could have simply went back and said, fertilizer is food, right? Herbicide is a prescription medication, fungicide's a vitamin, and the plant is my child. So all I do every day is I have 1 million kids, I feed them food, I give them vitamins. If they're sick, I give them a prescription, and at the end of the day, they're healthy. But we didn't start there.
No.
So that's the part agriculture has to own. Now, when it comes to Team Canada,
yeah,
I believe we agree that the story needs to be consistent across Canada, from every province, the feds, the provinces, the industry, and the farms. 100% agree. Christian's going to go on his own personal rant now. I was at COP28. I thought the Global Institute of Food Security report is one of the best things that's happened to Canadian agriculture, like in decades. The only thing that would even compare to it would be the Barton report. And both reports really didn't even ever get mentioned by the federal government. I actually didn't hear anything about the Global Institute of Food Security report in Dubai by anyone from Team Canada unless you were on Team Saskatchewan. So I was super, super, super frustrated. And I believe I told you this.
Yes.
But then, and I can go on my rant on what I think the feds are doing right or wrong, but I'm not going to. I'm going to say that Justine called me out a little bit and said, yeah, but do you think Team Saskatchewan can win the world by itself? Or is it the first step and we have to find a way to unite Team Canada? And the reason it kind of hit me pretty hard is the other thing I heard there that really was troubling is I had a number of trade ministers and a number of companies say, we love Canadian product, we love Saskatchewan product, but as of right now, we are starting to question Canadians' reliability. Reliability around policy, reliability around being able to load a ship or use your railroad. And that's a national problem that if we don't fix, if we're not reliable and, I'll use the word, sustainable, we've completely lost our mojo in this industry.
Well, you'll lose it internationally, right? So and you know what, that's what I always enjoy having a good chat with you, because I think most of the time we do agree. Rarely we disagree, but I think we just go at it a different perspective. So my comment to Christian was, in my past life, you know, I did a few international trade shows, and I gave the example about Italy, right? You go to some, and you've been to COP, some of these booths are pretty impressive, right? You go in and it's like country first, and then you have all the regions underneath it. But if all the regions split up and then go elsewhere, it becomes super hard for you to sell who you want to be internationally. So I agree, like every province, and Saskatchewan's got so much to offer, but 40% of the agricultural land is in this province. So within the own province, you represent such a big part of what Canada is all about. But when we end up spending too much time almost fighting with each other to have our own space, rather than saying, can we put our foot forward together? That's where I think I say, you got to remember Team Canada and what it looks like internationally, because then others are kind of looking at us and saying, is something going on, or are they aligned? And the reality is, as you said, we've got ports and all coasts. You got to cross the country to get the stuff out of the country, so you kind of can't do it on your own unless the others are playing with you. So that's where I think we got to what a balance. And he's starting to laugh, so I think I'm about to get into a lot of trouble.
He's got one more.
No,
He's got one
it's
more.
not trouble. I just got a really good question for you.
Okay.
So as you know, I probably care most about people, less about companies and countries. I care about them, but the only way to actually get anything done is to find the right people.
Yeah.
Okay, so we agree on Team Canada.
Yeah.
Like, I'll put my hand up to help tell the story. I was in COP, right?
Yes.
You'll put your hand up to tell the story. You've done it lots.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Give me a couple names on Team Canada in Ottawa that we should be focusing on bettering relations on, because personally, I actually don't think Minister Guilbeault's one of them.
Oh.
And I've tried to have a couple conversations with him.
Yeah.
But my assumption is that in the back of your mind, you have some that you think are, and they might not be in the political spectrum, they might be other national companies. Who are some other allies that maybe aren't specific to agriculture? So I use the environment minister as my example.
Yeah.
Right? But like, who are some other companies or some other big name cabinet ministers that we've done a bad job of explaining our story to get them on our side?
So I don't know that you guys have done a bad job. I don't think you guys have invested enough time. And I say this, you know, tongue in cheek, because there's only so much time in the day. So maybe I'll flip the answer to you this way, which is when you and I first met, or I think, you know, a few weeks back, you and I had an exchange because we actually just got a new deputy minister, right? And I won't tell you what Christian texted me, but I said, dude, don't worry, I've got it. And the reason I said that to you is because our new deputy minister, one of the things we've started to do, and I think it's part of the job we can do at FCC, it was to engage more with different departments in Ottawa. And as a result of it, we had already met the deputy minister, right? So that's the benefit of engaging kind of around a sector, is that if a change happens or if there's an indirect impact, we can kind of get, it's not about access, it's, you can just, you're starting not from day zero, you already have a relationship made. So when you ask me, Justine, who should we talk to? Like, it's hard, if I had two names, I would probably give them to you, but I think it's more about kind of look at the different ministries, and that's what we're doing at FCC. Like transport, to me, is a big ministry that touches ag so much. And even for us at FCC, it probably wouldn't have been a ministry that would have been on our top 5. And I'm being super transparent in front of all these people in your podcast, but we've tended to really focus on what's pure to ag and food, and we're trying to say, hey, the ecosystem is a little bit bigger, so if we engage with that, we'll have a better way to understand. So that's kind of how I'd answer that.
Let me pull this back before we go too far down the hole. So let's pull politics back. So I more or less want to go back to FCC and go back and say, where do we go from here? What's next?
In terms of?
You tell me.
Oh boy, Evan.
Big picture.
He goes too far down, you don't go far enough, and I'm stuck in the middle. Okay, so
how are you going to serve the Saskatchewan farmers?
How am I going to serve the Saskatchewan farmers? So, well, I talked a little bit.
That's not very Team Canada of you.
I know, but thank you for that, Kristen. How are we going to serve is, I talked about the strategy, right? So I said, we got a strategy, we want to be bolder. We know that we need to support all of the Saskatchewan farmers in how they continue, right, to innovate. So how that's going to look like is we're going to come up with new forms of capital. So I mentioned earlier, we've been focused on senior secured lending. That is not going away, period, right? Kind of like the head office is not going away, period. But given what's going on around, either new risks that are emerging, how you fight against some of the climate challenges you've got, we think that we can come up with some neat solutions to help with that. So the what's next is, now that we've got the strategy, we've got to queue it up to be able to do it. The other thing maybe, Evan, because you did ask, one of the things that hopefully will benefit folks in the room that you won't necessarily see visibly, but what's happening in the background, is from a company point of view, we decided to actually create an entire vertical just dedicated to innovation. So before, it's the classic, right? Everybody used to do it on the side of their desk. Somebody gets an idea, meets a couple of customers, and now we've got a full team that's all they're going to do: review our products, augment, tweak, create, remove, all of that. And our goal is to become so much faster to do that. And that's what I'm hoping is going to be really felt by Saskatchewan and the entire country.
Yeah, and I think from big company standpoint, we all know things move relatively slow. So I like the vertical integration. I mean, obviously we do it on the farm as well. So I'm going to ask you now, same question. Where do you think FCC or some of the other lenders or other innovations in Saskatchewan need to go moving forward?
Can I divert with one little question I wanted to explain better first?
Go nuts.
So because of the crowd we're with, can you give some numbers around? I think a lot of people in the room would be surprised of how much money FCC has in the world of venture capital, startup capital around agriculture technology and agriculture innovation.
Yeah.
And not only you've always done it in the history, but it's my understanding that you plan to even ramp it up.
Yeah. So on the ventures, so 15 years ago, FCC used to do direct equity, and then we got out of it and we went more on the venture side. So in the last 15 years, we now have about $500 million in capital out on the venture side. Now what we're doing is we're going to go back to doing direct, and we're going to build a team. Our goal is to be able to get close to having another $1 billion within the next 5 years. So that's part of the commitment. Maybe, Christian, what would be worth to give a sense to the crowd, the actual book of FCC is about $52 billion. 85% of that is primary ag, right? 26,000 customers in Saskatchewan, huge part of the book. So we've got a good book, we've got a really strong balance sheet, but we know that there's opportunity to grow, especially in some of those services that are periphery, to make sure that we can all come back to the primary customer and be there to support them. And it's not just financing. So I appreciate the question, because we do advisory. We know transition is a big topic. So we're working on a transition loan solution. How do we get kind of young farmers into the profession? We have a product out there, but we know that it's not hitting the mark. Just based on the market conditions. So those would be examples of things that we're going to tackle. And the whole idea with the vertical around innovation is to not be taking 2 years to get out there. It's more like 6 months.
Yeah, and so I just wanted to bring it up because, I mean, I think as farmers, we always think FCC is just a lender, right? Like, and $1 billion in venture cap, it probably makes you the biggest venture cap investor in the country.
Potentially.
I'd have to ask a few people in the crowd, but that'd be pretty close. Yeah. Secondly, you know, I think when it comes to that, how you've discussed on moving forward, I mean, most people in the room probably enjoy reading JP's stuff.
They love it.
Right? And did I hear a rumor that he maybe is right beside your right hand now? Did he move in the organization?
Yeah, he got promoted.
Yeah,
he became an executive. Yeah, he's still the chief economist.
Yeah.
But he's he's in charge of ESG, sustainability, indigenous. He still has the economics team. And part of the work that he's doing is to really see kind of every dollar FCC puts out there, what's the economic growth impact and so forth. So thanks for asking. Yeah, he got promoted, all of that, and we were super proud of him.
At least you gave him an easy job description.
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, so Evan, I mean, your question on kind of where I think we need to go is, I think Justine explained it right on telling the story. Part of it is having the time to do it, right? The other problem in agriculture is there's so many of us. Right? Like, I don't know the exact numbers. StatsCan says there's 186,000 farmers that they want to listen to. I think Christian's Inside Voice says there's 170,000 hobbies because after $10,000 in gross revenue, you can file a TL 1163 and they'll call you a farmer. It's like voting for the wheat board, to be honest. And there's 16,000 farms, but they don't have much of a voice. And the other thing is I don't know many of the 16,000 farms that aren't really busy. And then on top of that, I mean, I know personally, if you're going to write a check for $10,000 to go to COP28 to tell your story, yes, I paid my own way. I didn't do it just for Heber Grain Ventures. At a minimum, there's 16,000 farms and a bunch of companies. And so how do we build that investment in telling the story, right? And I think that's where I've had lots of talks with some of the companies, because I think we need to work with governments and companies on this telling the story. Like we've done a pretty good job of organizing money for research and development, and you guys just made another donation on research,
yep.
Right, at GIFTS. But this telling the story and being Team Canada and Team Agriculture, right? And you're actually starting to see a trend, right? I joked that Justine's maybe not your typical agriculture accountant, but I did it on purpose. The reason I like Justine is she's a pretty normal person. My exact words I use when someone asks me is like, she's a goddamn firecracker. You better be ready when you meet her. But it's because she has lots of good ideas, and she questions the norm. And I love the background you brought from EDC and international. Really, your whole vision was focusing on growth and innovation in the future.
Yeah.
So I give FCC credit for making that move. Another example I'd give would be RBC started up a brand new thought leadership arm 2.5-ish years ago, and they hired a guy by the name of John Stackhouse. So he used to be the editor-in-chief of the Globe and Mail,
yeah.
And the CEO of a bank hired him to do research for him to feed him information so that it wasn't jaded by bankers, to be honest. Now, the best part about this is at this year's COP, John Stackhouse wrote an article saying Team Canada needs to spend more money at COP, and gave Saskatchewan a bunch of credit. Go back about 8 or 9 years, and John Stackhouse penned an article.
Front page of the Globe and
Front
Mail.
page of the Globe and Mail. Team Canada spends $1 million at COP. What are we doing with taxpayer money?
Yeah.
So we're starting to see a trend in some of the larger companies to helping us tell our story. And we have to, as farmers, we have to work together with these companies. Now, I realize they supply us and we can have consolidation arguments, etc. But that's the way life is. So we got to play the game with the players we have. So find the ones that you relate with the people, right? I use Ken Seitz as an example. CEO of Nutrien, grew up on a farm in southeast Saskatchewan. I mean, I can go drink beer with him and talk to him just like somebody I played hockey with my whole life, because it's who he is.
Yeah.
And so how do we use those strengths within the big companies, within politics, and within agriculture to start to move forward even more?
Well, and I think we're starting to see that academia is getting involved as well. Like, we've always had industry, primary producers, whether you're fighting or whether you're together on something. But for the first time, we're actually getting those people in the room with academia, with data, and we're actually coming up with solutions rather than just arguments, which I think is one of the biggest moves we've seen.
I didn't know if I was going to go on this rant, but since you said that. Once again, let's also remember, so we've everybody in the room's now agreed we need to do a better job of telling our story, Team Canada.
Yeah.
We need to use the Global Institute of Food Security report to use data to explain that we actually are pretty good at what we do, right? And that's all farmers are pretty good at what they do. I forget what the zero-till adoption rate is in Saskatchewan, but it's so close to 100, it's a rounding error, right? So there's the two things. Now, the last thing I would urge that's a pretty important piece of this, how about we try in agriculture urging each other to continue to be better? And actually, maybe at least set up one table at the corner of Tim Hortons where we talk about the positive things farms are doing. Because I believe Tim Hortons is super successful in Canada for farmers to bitch about each other. But I don't just say that in agriculture, right? The one thing we did is some insurance business in the U.S. And I couldn't believe it, the different mindset. And I got some friends in the crowd that do business in the U.S. too. Like in the U.S., their belief and love of entrepreneurs is next level. It's like football. And if an entrepreneur that everybody likes goes bankrupt, like they'll crowdfund for that entrepreneur to get started again. And that's the U.S. mindset. And yet in Canada, like we literally have a coffee chain that was made on taking bets on who we hope fails next, or who took Chinese investment, or who's bought out by the mafia.
You're spending too much time at Tim Hortons, Chris.
I don't go at all. They'd have nothing to talk about.
Well, you know too much.
Yeah.
So that would be my last urge, is that I don't know about anybody else, but it's a lot easier to get up in the morning and be positive and think of new ideas. And I mean, it's why we enjoy talking.
Yeah.
Is there's always going to be a few things we disagree on, but the one thing we do agree on is we're in the best goddamn industry in the world, and let's support everybody in that to get farther ahead.
Totally agree.
Yeah, I think, we've talked about it on past podcasts, and obviously we get a lot of good comments and bad comments on it, but the big one for us is that success is as an industry. It's not just individual. So for us, moving forward, seeing changes, whether it's banking, whether it's consolidation, whatever it might be. I mean, some of my strongest farms are the small family farms, and that's awesome. But success just means moving forward, and it doesn't have to be in acres. It can be whichever direction you want to go. For us...
Pause. What's your definition of small? What's the million, how many millions of revenue do they do?
Okay, I'm talking over 10,000. I'll give you that.
No, but a 2,500 acre farm in Saskatchewan is going to do north of $1 million of revenue pretty easy.
Yeah.
Like that's less than 1% of businesses in the country.
Yeah.
So we get beat up sometimes on social media when especially when I go down this path of I think there's 170,000 hobby farms. Yeah, that's because they have less than $1 million in revenue.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, in most good businesses, your net margin on EBIT is 20. A really good one's 20 to 25. Average is more like 16. And so, unless somebody in this crowd has figured out, so $1 million times 16 is 160 grand. You got to pay your loan payments. You got to pay yourself. I don't know about anybody else, but if a family of four can live on less than 100 grand, you figured out something I haven't. That's a job. It's not a business. So when we say small, we're not saying a 2,500 acre small. It's over $1 million in revenue.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're saying a half section small while you have 3 other jobs.
Okay, we got 20 seconds. I want to give you the last word since he's had the last 20, so.
Oh my God. Well, no, first of all, thanks guys for being the middle woman and or the rose between the two thorns, whatever you want to call it. Always enjoy it though, because I have to say you guys have been super kind as I came into the industry, and it's a fun ride. So looking forward to what we're going to continue to do in the future. That's what I have to say.
And remember, that's the truth about ag.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much from the crew at the Truth About Ag podcast. Now we're going to take a quick break. More content to come. We have Demo Day with 15 amazing, incredible ag tech founders coming up at 1:30. Beyond that, if you are a cultivator investor, founder, or partner, and you've been invited, there is the private lunch just around the corner here. If you have not been, we look forward to seeing you back at 1 o'clock for more content on stage. We do have a product launch coming here shortly, so just enjoy your time, check out the show. If you've been invited to the private lunch, it's just around the corner this way. Otherwise, we'll see you back here shortly.
I'll do one little sentence to welcome you up to the stage. Do you want that?
Sure, yeah. She'll welcome you up, so just hang tight
I'll
here.
welcome you up to the
And
stage.
once she welcomes you up, you can go on up. Okay? Good? Okay.
Is your microphone on?
Not yet.
You can turn it on now. As long as you don't want to do karaoke or anything in the meantime.
We're going to have an empty room in no time.
What's your song? If you're going to sing karaoke, what's your song? Bad to the Bone? Bad to the Bone? Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for joining us back here at the launch pad. It is an absolute pleasure of mine to welcome to the stage one of our 3 innovation finalists, Mr. Jerry Devloo, the man behind the Devloo Portable Combine. Come on up. Let's meet Jerry. Have a seat, feel comfortable.
Thank you.
You chose a water instead of a beer, Jerry?
Yeah, I think a beer wouldn't help me any.
Okay. Well, there's no need to be nervous. You're already one of the finalists, and it's just such a pleasure for us to have you here. So before we delve into learning a bit more about your innovations, tell us a little bit about yourself. Where's home and what keeps you and your family busy?
Well, I'm Jerry Devloo. My children are a 4th-generation farm in the south of Somerset, Manitoba. We farm and grain, and I was a hog farmer as well for about 38 years. Switched back to fully grain, and now the boys have taken over the farm. So that gives me some time to do a few innovations.
Well, as a history of family farmers, you would know that farmers are known for solving problems. Every day we wake up, we've got problems we have to solve. Now, some of us can think of a solution, but we don't always have the capabilities to fully develop the solution. So tell us about your latest product innovation. What was the problem, and how did you go about solving it?
Well, my latest innovation is the portable combine. And I just saw that there was a need for perhaps an improvement in that respect of, in the sense of having developed perhaps a more effective combine. And that would be light, portable, look acceptably well, and of course functional, really functional.
We're going to show you a video because when I first heard portable combine, I had a vision of what that might look like, and it turns out my vision was wrong, and an innovator I am not. But our team is going to play a video and show you some imagery about what a portable combine looks like. Do we have that video?
So the video, of course, is showing this part of the combine, but it's maybe the most important part initially is to get the product into the machine without too much effort.
So tell us what's happening. What are you doing at the top of the, because by portable combine, this machine is actually sitting on top of a desk.
Yeah, you can put it on your desk or perhaps more effectively on the back of your napkin truck and just take it out to the field. I just gather a few heads of grain by hand and throw them into a pail initially. Or if it's beans, I'll take a glove because they're so picky and I'll strip all the pods off the plant and throw them in the pail. Just approach the machine, switch it on, and just feed stuff into the machine. And it's capable of doing a wide variety of crops like cereals and coriander, canola, of course, and beans. And I haven't tried all the possibilities yet.
So as a farmer myself, what I could envision is a real need for this product is while it's gearing up to harvest time, we get ourselves a little bit anxious about getting in the field. We're excited to get in there. We're looking at the calendar. We just want to get started harvest. So we take that great big combine and we do a huge swath around, sometimes an entire opening round because we're that excited, and then we found out, that it may not be the perfect timing for harvest. Is that the problem that you saw when you were thinking about developing this machine?
Yeah, definitely. That's one of the major problems is that if you take a sample with the big machine, first of all, you got to flush the machine and know that you don't have residue going in with your sample from a previous test or whatever. Secondly, when the sample is accomplished, you've got a big tank full of, partly full of grain at least, and what are you going to do with that?
Yeah.
Which is, what are you going to do? Throw it on a spare truck or set up an auger or dump some wet grain in a bin? That's one of the problems I see with doing the test with the big machine.
So what are customers saying about your product? How has it been received here at the show?
Well, initially I started exposing it to the public in January, and pretty well right off the bat. I made a few sales, which is encouraging. So I made a batch of machines, and in speculation for this upcoming season, I'm starting another batch of them just to make sure I have enough on hand.
Now, from the making of the video to the product that you have here at the show, something that I noticed was a little safety feature that might have been an add-on after the product was developed. Was that your daughter-in-law that helped you with your safety feature, and can you tell us what that is?
Oh yeah, well, I was feeding the machine by hand, and if you get some products like canola, like branchy canolas, or wheat, bearded wheat, it sometimes hesitates a little bit to get into the machine, and you don't really want to put your fingers in there because it's an effective threshing machine, right?
Yeah, it's aggressive. It is an aggressive portable combine threshing machine.
So my granddaughter has a laser machine, and she helped out of thin plywood to make just a little push.
Your granddaughter.
A pusher there, so that way you don't have to get your fingers close at all, and it just helps you remove the product from the container, and if it bridges up a little bit, you just give a little poke and you just encourage it through, and it hardly takes any time to do a sample, actually. The machine is capable. Yeah, it's quite capable of pretty good capacity for that purpose.
So if people want to check out this portable combine, obviously they're going to go and see you here at the show. Do you also have a website that we can give people to look into?
Yes, I have a website. It's because I made a canola crusher first, it's under that name. It's www.canolacrusher.com.
Well, that's a perfect segue because I know you as such an inventor of so many different products, and I'm fascinated by the canola crusher, which is not what it sounds like. It is a green seed counter.
Right.
Tell us about that product too.
Well, initially I was doing canola samples on the farm, and most of you know what that's like, a little ruler, and you fill all the little holes, and then you put tape on top of it, and then you invert the tape and do a hand crush. Well, I was wondering why the industry up to this point hadn't developed something that was more automated. We've got all this technology and everything, and the whole industry actually up to this day, except for the few that have my machine, are doing it like a primitive way as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
And so I've developed this, that was the initial drive to make this machine. So initially I started with, didn't know where to go with the designing of it, so I made a kind of a crude prototype, which I was kind of frustrated, what's the next step and everything, so I put it on the shelf. And because I'm interested in aircraft, and I always thought about building a kit plane, I proceeded to do that. I built a Zenith 750, and then to my wife's horror, she kind of went along with building the plane. And then I said, well, now I'm going to start my flying lessons. And she says, well, are you going to fly that thing? She wasn't expecting that part, I guess. So, yeah, so I did fly it, and I survived about 700 hours of flight in my own home-built plane.
It's truly inspiring to meet you, Jerry. The fact that, if I understand your story correctly, you had this problem, you wanted this green seed counter for canola, you weren't all that happy with the prototype, so you picked it up and you put it on the shelf to simmer for a bit, and then in the meantime you decided to build an airplane and then fly the airplane and get your pilot's license, which seems a little bit backwards to me.
Yeah.
And then you went back to that prototype that was still bugging you, sitting on the shelf, and you brought it back out. Was there lessons learned from building an airplane that may have helped you in some of your future innovations?
Well, building an airplane is a little bit challenging, especially a first one.
That is an understatement.
Yeah, they've got a big, huge book of instructions, which you kind of follow step by step. And every once in a while you get kind of caught on something, you know, you have to phone the company or whatever, or figure it out yourself. And where does this piece actually go? Well, this piece actually fits inside of a tube, which I never expected, you know, so on.
Well, it's absolutely brilliant. How do people find you here at the show? Tell us where your booth is so we can be sure to come by and find you.
They were in room 7 and booth 717.
Okay, hall number 7, so you head this way, and it is booth number 717. You can find Jerry there, and your son Mark is there as well. He might be manning the booth while you're off being famous on stage.
Possibly, he's going to try to make it for this moment, but we'll see.
Well, congratulations to you, Jerry, to your whole family, your wife as well for supporting you through an airplane adventure. I think she might be a little bit brave too. Please stop by and go and see Jerry at hall number 7, booth number 717. Really good luck to you, Jerry, and congratulations on being in the top 3 finalists for our innovation program. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It was a privilege.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, welcome back. We have some more content for you this afternoon. So once again, my name is Matt. I'm with the Cultivator team, and I'll be your MC for the rest of the afternoon. We have, at Cultivator, we run an AgTech accelerator. We bring 15 of the most promising founders from across Canada and the UK to Regina for a 3-month program to ramp up their AgTech startups. So part of that program, we introduce them to many, many investors, which you will see all throughout the crowd. And we have the privilege of having 3 join us on the panel, or 4 technically, join us on the panel here this afternoon. So they're gonna have 30 minutes talking about the current state of ag tech, investing, and all those good things. We have funds coming all the way from Brazil, New York City, and our very own Alberta. So please join me in welcoming the investors to the stage. They're getting a quick photo, and then we're gonna give a real big clap.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here today. My name is Rob Russell, and I'm a partner at Emertech. Emertech is an investment fund headquartered in Saskatchewan, investing in agricultural technologies in Canada and around the world for the benefit of Canadian ag. I'm joined today by a panel of 3 really esteemed investors representing firms who also invest in ag tech, both in Canada and around the world. The purpose of our panel today is for our panelists to share their insights and perspectives as ag investors and reflect on how ag tech can connect with the broader agricultural stakeholder group. So why don't we get things kicked off here by letting the panelists introduce themselves as well as their firm and a little bit about how they invest in agriculture. Leo, I'll hand it over to you.
Thanks, Rob. Hi, everyone. My name is Leonardo. I'm a principal at Mandy Ventures. Today, Mandy Ventures is an early-stage venture capital fund focused on ag tech and food tech investments. We're based out of São Paulo, Brazil, and Brussels in Belgium. And out of these 2 offices, we look at opportunities across what we call the farm-to-fork spectrum. So finding technologies and companies that are innovating how we produce food and how we consume food and everything in between, right? Whether that's biotechnology, hardware, software, climate tech, that falls within our mandate. And more specifically into the numbers, right? We like to invest early into the companies, so pre-seed to Series A investments, looking to put between $500,000 and $2 million into these companies to really help them scale up and expand internationally. As a firm based in Brazil, we like to look at technologies in Canada, for example, right, that would have the potential to scale into different economies, right? Whether that's Europe, United States, or even Brazil. So super happy to be here, and thanks for the intro, Rob.
Hi. Thanks. So I'm Juliana Green. I'm a principal at FMC Ventures. FMC is a large, as probably a lot of you all know, a large agrochemical organization. We're publicly traded. We have business segments across the globe, but the purpose of our venture arm is to really think through how do we invest in game-changing technologies across the world to really kind of spur growth and development of the agrochemical industry, especially in crop protection. So we invest fairly early, seed to Series A. We're a very, I would say, strategic corporate CVC. And so a couple key areas that we really focus on, I would say 1, unique biocontrol technologies with discovery platforms, 2, precision ag, and 3, agriculture fintech solutions, especially in emerging markets. Nice to be here and look forward to talking with all you guys.
All right, that leaves me. Hello, everyone. My name is Anita Ludwar. I'm a principal with the 51 Food and Ag Tech Fund. Myself, I'm based in Calgary, but we do have some team members all across Canada, and our primary focus is on Canadian ag and food innovation, and we do have capacity to invest into the US as well. So we have a $50 million fund investing from pre-seed to Series A, typically between $350K up to $2 million as our first check, and we do save capital for follow-on, appreciating companies take a long time to scale. And so
We invest in a number of different buckets, so food innovation, farm innovation, ag biotechnology, and automation, in addition to supply chain and climate ag tech a little bit more broadly. And a big thing I just want to emphasize from our fund, so certainly we are driving towards competitive financial returns, as are the majority of VC investors that we see up here. But we do also believe there's a tremendous opportunity for measurable impact alongside those financial returns. And so a key element for us within our thesis is looking at understanding that impact both from an environmental perspective, greenhouse gases, but also diversity, equity, and inclusion. So that's just a key focus for us as well.
Outstanding. Well, thank you to the three of you for being here. We have about half an hour for this discussion before all of the founders, as part of the Cultivator AgTech Accelerator, come up and present their companies. So let's start off there with thoughts and perspectives from the panelists on advice for AgTech founders. So what advice do you have for founders who are trying to grow their company? Maybe Leo, I'll go back to you to begin with.
Yeah, I think it's super important to have well-defined milestones for the company so that you can communicate that very well to whether your partners or your investors, so that each month you can accompany, see how the company's been growing. And once you have these defined milestones, you can build strategic plans to reach these milestones. If you don't have these well-defined milestones, it's hard for you to think about where you're going in the next 6-12 months. And then that also helps on the fundraising side of things, right? Because when you think about a seed investment, if you don't meet the milestones, it'll be much harder to raise capital. So it's super important to have these well-defined steps.
Juliana, anything to add here?
Yeah, I think hiring the right mix of talent that has both commercial experience as well as startup experience, and I think this is something that's really important to really promote and push that scalability at kind of those different inflection points along the company's kind of different growth curves as they scale up and grow. So I think that mix of right talent is really important.
Do you have any advice on how to find that talent? Because a lot of founders who are just starting their company, they might have domain expertise in a certain area, but how do you find those complementary skill sets, whether that's on the finance side, operations, technology, and any thoughts?
Yeah, I would say use your board. So go to your board, leverage those relationships because they have great relationships with strategics, they have great relationships with other investors. And there's, I think, more and more kind of recruiting talent organizations that are really trying to find these kind of hybrid skill sets because they are unique and they are hard to find. And I would say third, there is kind of an emerging solution seen among a lot of academics where they're really trying to bridge that right type of talent and also give them that commercial and business experience as well.
Absolutely. Anita, anything to add on how you can advise founders or things you've seen in your portfolio to help them catalyze the growth of their companies?
Yeah, I actually think these are both really good points that dovetail so nicely because when you're at really early stage, and I think Mocha spoke to this really, really well this morning, when you're at a specific stage in your business, you might be the right person to lead it. At a certain time, you might need to bring in other experts. At an earlier stage, you might be really focused on, core proof of concept and trying to prove out certain things in the lab. But then as you get later stage, you need more commercialization milestones that stack into how much capital you need to hire. And I think this planning, I know often people joke, you write a business plan, it's outdated immediately, which is not wrong. But I do think having these models or having some plans to sort of say, hey, this is kind of what we're thinking. This makes the most sense here, but getting feedback from those trusted partners and trusted advisors so that you can be constantly iterating and trying to improve as you go. You can find some really interesting pivots along the way that might help you get to your milestones faster than you expected. So not so much a fresh point, but just, I think, doubling down on sort of what my fellow panelists have already shared.
And maybe I'll open this one up to the rest of the panel is, how does that advice change for founders that are trying to fundraise? Right? As we know, fundraising over the last, call it 18 months to 2 years, has been increasingly difficult. Do you have any different advice for AgTech founders who are pursuing financing?
So I would say on our end, know the comps. So go out there, look at other companies that are doing something similar to yourself and look at the valuation comps. I think that's really important, knowing your numbers. And so when an investor tries to negotiate with you, you have those key metrics that you can use to kind of back up what you're trying to push for. I would say second thing is probably having a mix of different type of investors on your cap table. So you can really pull and leverage different types of industries on your cap table to help you really set things up for your next few stages of capital. So that's something we kind of recommend. And again, going back to the board, use your board. Take advantage of them. And yeah, they can, I think, be very helpful.
Yeah, and I think just adding to that, it's super important to show the data that you have. So, market validation is important because when you're comparing it to the companies that are out there, what investors are going to do, they're just going to benchmark you, right? So if you don't have that validation, you don't have that data to show, make your life a little bit more difficult to fundraise. So important to have that market validation, whether it's in a lab, a greenhouse, or in the open field, to really differentiate yourself and your technology versus your competitors.
I think just also a comment more than anything is that it's so hard to fundraise, I think, because several years ago there were very, very understood milestones. Like you're a SaaS company, you're hitting 1 million ARR, you can raise a Series A at whatever multiple and fly from there. And now there are companies that are trying to raise a seed or a seed extension with similar metrics, and it's challenging because you're kind of playing with moving targets, which is not easy. So just acknowledging that, it's not easy, the seat that you're sitting in. But I do think with that, it kind of creates the opportunity to pause and say, do I actually need dilutive capital right now? So do I need it from a venture capitalist? Are there other types of investment that might help me get to the milestones where I'm actually ready for that rocket ship growth? And I think there's this aura about venture capital being such a great way. You get a whole bunch of fancy money and then you just rocket off. But there are so many other, I think, steps and ways that you can be creative for your business beyond venture. So it is for some, for sure. I don't think it's for all. And I think having a really comprehensive strategy around that, or thinking through with trusted advisors and other folks to see when might be the right time, can also be helpful in not wasting too much time talking to people that fundamentally can't or won't be able to invest in you.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. We heard from Sean O'Connor from Forage Robotics earlier today about the different paradigm that happens when you take on venture capital, and he was of the mind that it's growth at all costs, and some might argue with that, but I think the point remains where as soon as you take on external third-party capital that is looking for a return, your trajectory changes, and maybe that isn't so much the case with non-dilutive or other capital sources as well. But Juliana, you mentioned a really interesting point about strategics. How do you balance strategics on your cap table, particularly at an early stage?
Yes, so I would say strategics are really important from a validation standpoint. And there's a lot of different ways that you can work with strategics. It could be a commercial partnership. They could be an investor. You could do both. And I think every type of business is a unique kind of situation where you want to balance that commercial/investor partnership, usually in rounds where you have one strategic. I would say a lot of companies want to have two so that you have that right mix and balance, and you're setting the company up for the right exit pathway, in the next 5 to 7 years. So I think working with strategics can kind of set a nice roadmap, and working with them, I would say early on, at least on the commercial standpoint, really helps with accelerating growth. And you can leverage those strategics, I think, for a number of different things, including sales, strategy, marketing, and making sure you kind of build that relationship with them, and you build those right touch points within the organization. So happy to give a little bit more detail on, FMC and how we kind of operate, but a lot of CVCs work differently. We specifically focus on, I would say our VC arm operates independently of the commercial arm, but sometimes that can spur relationships on the commercial side. So we don't necessarily have to have a commercial partnership to invest or vice versa. So understanding the CVC strategy, I think, is really important. And then understanding how they kind of work with those right types of in-house commercial partners. So that would be kind of my first piece of advice.
And I think that ties back to the general premise of, as a founder, what are the questions that you need to ask for your investors? How important is it for you to understand their needs and incentives and preferences? So maybe I'll open that up to any thoughts from the group.
I think understanding where your money comes from is very important, and a lot of this aligns with the incentives of your financial partners. So there are some firms that truly can have patient capital, where whatever pool of funds they're drawing from can wait for 20 plus years before an exit. There are others that have agreements with their investors that they'll return capital within 10 years. And so I think understanding some of those really just nuts and bolts motivations or incentives behind the capital that you're receiving can help you understand, okay, is this a partner that can actually be patient with me as this market grows and develops, or is this someone that's going to be helping me really accelerate into an opportunity that's emerging immediately, but there is an expectation that we're going to be exiting this in the next 7 years? I think it's just also kind of helpful to frame a little bit of, how are those incentives aligned with what you want for your business, the exit that you see, and sort of how you see growing things into the future.
Yeah, and it's important to know that strategics and VCs don't necessarily have the same objectives. So when you do have a cap table that has both, you have to really think about it and be open with both of them and communicate what your objectives are so that everyone works well together, right? Because the objectives will be different at some point.
Absolutely. Let's focus on now about decision-making criteria from the investor's seat. So let's just walk through a couple of the green flags, the yellow flags, and the red flags that you're aware of when you're evaluating investment opportunities. Anyone want to dive in there first?
So I think from our standpoint, speaking from a strategic CVC standpoint, I think we do like to come in pretty early. So I think different stages of capital will have different kind of metrics or requirements. And so I would say two things for us are really, it comes down to the founding team and the technology. Those two things are very important to us when we start looking at companies. And diving on a little bit more to the team component, being a second-time, third-time founder, huge validator. I would say very important metric that a lot of, I would say, investors or CVCs look for. And I would say on the technology, we really look at platform solutions, things that can work across either multiple industries, or if we look specifically at certain types of input technologies, like agriculture inputs, like biocontrol, we look at platform solutions because that's really what spurs innovation. But again, we come in early, we're kind of a seed to Series A investor, and so different investors at different stages might have different green flags, but that's from our perspective.
Yeah, I think another thing that's important is traction, and it'll depend on where in the life cycle you are. So obviously for a pre-seed, traction is less important than for a company going for their Series A. But with traction comes market validation and trials and data, and ultimately it goes back to the point of technology, right? You want to have something that's proven in the market, that the market pain exists, that you're actually creating not just a product, but a business model around that technology. And that could be scalable for different crops, for different types of animals, for different countries, right? So having that flexibility is always super important. And then one other thing that we like to look at is always the cap table. You don't want to have a cap table that's super diluted early on. That makes it more difficult for you down the road as an investor, and it'll just get more complicated as the rounds advance.
I think these are really great points. I might just add, on the impact side of things, I really love understanding the why behind the business. So what problem are you here to solve? First of all, is it a problem that people are willing to pay for? Like, there's a lot of business mechanics that matter within there. But then also with your technology, what kind of impact do you think you can make with it? And so this isn't to say that you've done a comprehensive life cycle assessment or anything like that. It's more so just to say, okay, in an upside scenario, like, what are the real problems in the world that you see that you want to make a difference with your technology? And I find, especially at an early stage, that can be really compelling. Before you can show demonstrable traction in some ways, like, certainly this gets paired with a strong founding team, a technical moat, like, we could go on. But I think that's just one element that I find can be quite compelling at the early stage to understand truly what type of long-term impact can be made through the innovation that you're looking to commercialize.
Okay, a bit of a hot seat question now. Red flags. What are the red flags that go off in your head when you go through the evaluatory process when you're looking at an ag tech company? Is there anything in particular that you're always on the lookout for, or does it come case by case, or what are some examples in the past where you've sort of had your spider senses go off?
Messy cap tables is one for sure. Mess can be cleaned up, don't get me wrong, but sometimes when there are confusing things that have been redacted or structured with different legal agreements in different places, it just gets a little bit concerning. So I would say that's one red flag that does pop up on the cap table side in my mind.
Yeah, and similar to that, having a founder that's not involved in the business anymore, that raises some questions of what happened in these last couple of years. Where did you guys make a pivot, or did you have to bring someone else in? Kind of goes along with the cap table point that, especially early stage, like sometimes you are trying to find that right partner, and it doesn't work out. So just have that, have that story well explained. So it's not just there on the cap table. Oh, this guy has 20% of the company, but he's not involved in the day-to-day.
Yeah, from our standpoint, I would say kind of building that initial trust, and if you break that trust in the early stages, I think it really makes it hard to recover. So I would say a certain degree of transparency by the founder. I would say that's a green flag, so opposite of that would not be transparency. And we do definitely have that, where I would say some founders are nervous to share information because we are strategic, and so it's hard to build that relationship or trust with the founder. And so we kind of have a glass wall between our commercial teams and our venture teams in order to kind of promote that confidentiality and trust with the founder. So I'd say that's really important. And two, I would say ownership of IP is also very important. Making sure that the company retains that ownership. There's a lot of kind of licensing agreements out there, and it's really hard to make a strong exit when you don't have that IP ownership.
You raised a really interesting point around the value of high-quality relationships. Do you have any advice for founders on how to build those high-quality relationships with investors? Is this something that can happen in a short period of time? Is this something that has to take 6, 9, 12, 18 months? What are some tips that you can share in terms of examples maybe that you've seen of founders who have done a really good job of getting up that trust curve and building that relationship quickly?
Yeah, I would say a couple of different things. So I would say you can build that trust fairly quickly. And so in order to do that, I think it's, when an investor asks a variety of different questions, it's kind of being, I would say, pretty transparent of who are you talking to, who are the other investors you're having discussions with, and also being fairly forthcoming with data that's needed for investors to make decisions. And so I think sometimes delayed information can kind of delay the investment process, but also kind of erode a little bit of trust if you're not able to get access to that information that you need to really make the right type of investment decision.
There we go. And keeping everyone in the loop is important, right? If a relationship can be built in a couple of months, super quick, super easily, but following up and maintaining investors updated on what's going on, different milestones, sharing data is super important to build a long-lasting relationship. So always keep investors, up to date on what you're doing, and have follow-up calls. It's okay to have more than one and share more information. Like, we're always willing to look at different things, and the investment might not be right now, but in 2 years it could make more sense.
And even if it's not your firm in 2 years, it could be a firm that you've recently co-led a deal with that it would be a really strong fit for them. So I completely agree with keeping updated and building those relationships. I might also just add there was some data that was released in terms of the likelihood of a successful exit and the response time of a founder. I'm happy to share this. This is with Data Driven VC, does some really great work. If you don't follow, highly recommend the Substack. And it's interesting because I think we get these signals sometimes if you ask for something and then it's several weeks later, you kind of forget about it, and then you wonder if maybe you didn't send the email, and then you go back and you did. And people are busy, like everyone gets that. But I think what's so fascinating is to capture the data around it in terms of, okay, if this is how we're being engaged with, is this how you're engaging with your companies or your customers or with other potential partners? And so I think it also raises maybe not red flags, but some yellow flags in terms of how does this propagate throughout your business? And or maybe we're just not an important relationship and that's okay, but the data I think is super interesting. I'm happy to share it, or you can find it freely online.
Awesome. So for the remainder of our time, I'd like to shift our conversation now to the intersection of ag tech and the broader agricultural environment and stakeholder group. So maybe our panelists can share some common feedback that either you or your portfolio companies hear from either farmers or distribution partners in the ag space about their ag tech solutions, both positive and negative, because I think it's important to share sort of what that feedback and reciprocity is. So any broader examples from what you're hearing from the broader ag space?
Yeah, I think on my side, speaking towards the Brazilian ecosystem, it's a little bit different from North America because the conditions of Brazil are different from the United States and Canada. The currency is different. So one of the feedback that we always get from our partners is think about the unit economics. Can you bring technologies from a different region that has a completely different economic profile to the emerging market, and will it make sense there too? So they love to test ideas, and they're always willing to see different solutions, but it has to make sense in their specific region, right? You can't just apply everything everywhere. So thinking about cost savings is super important. Thinking about can labor in, for example, Brazil resolve the same issue that this technology? Because if it can, then there's no point in adopting it. So thinking about all of these regionalities is important, and then sometimes finding the right partner is the best way to approach it, right? You find someone, a large corporate, to bring these ideas instead of going direct to the farmer. So it's important to find these local guys to talk about what are the options that you have, and how can you bring something from the United States, Canada, to the emerging market.
Do you have any specific advice on how to find those unique, special people to be your advocates and be your enablers in new jurisdictions? Because clearly, like you said, it's a very important thing to try and prove out, but it's very daunting, right? Going from one country to another, new language, new currency, new dynamics. How do you find the right people to help you?
Yeah, even if we don't end up investing in the company, we're happy to share other investors that are experts in the region, or find corporates that, like FMC, that would be interested in helping them. So making that bridge is super important, and sometimes going from startup to corporate directly takes a little bit longer, rather than going institutional VC to a corporate. So it helps speed up that process. So we're happy to make those intros, and whether or not it leads to an investment, sometimes it doesn't, and that's okay. And like I said, we can always look at it again later in time.
Any other feedback from our other panelists about experiences that you've had with companies or even your own firm, about feedback that you're getting through the channels or through the corporate partnerships about ag tech solutions?
Yeah, I'll quickly comment on this. I think, as a part of diligence, one of the things we do is have calls with customers. So trying to understand what problem is being solved, how that relationship has come to form over time, and what might displace this product in the future. And I think one thing that just stands out for me is the relationships that are built with those early customers, how much skin they have in the game, also emotionally, in you winning and being the preferred solution so that you can continue to scale and go do what you're doing incredibly well. And that comes from you solving a legitimate problem for them. And so I think from finding those early adopters, it's so valuable to find them and treat them incredibly well and leverage those learnings into a scalable product, assuming that's what you're looking to do. And so that's just sort of in multiple different sectors, or subsectors, I would say. That's a common theme of some of those customers that just have really positive experiences and want to become your champion.
So I would say, speaking from kind of a strategic customer perspective of those startups, I would say a couple different things. And the feedback that we've gotten is, from our internal teams, it comes down to farmer ROI. So, you have to maximize, obviously, efficacy and cost. So those unit economic piece of the business is really incredibly important. And I would say through that kind of growth and scalability and kind of the feedback that we've gotten from our commercial teams is, again, coming in at that right phase to build that commercial relationship. So making sure that you have the right type of funding initially, and then kind of spurring that relationship with our R&D teams or commercial partnerships to kind of demonstrate that initial traction. So, agreed.
So we've talked about sort of the importance of channel partnerships and finding advocates and evangelists and market access partners. What advice do you have for early stage founders who are trying to make that determination of whether they build it themselves and go it alone, or when and how they can partner with corporates? What would be the right time for them to pursue that? How early does that need to start? What are some of the sort of tactics, techniques, and procedures to start that engagement and then continue it successfully?
So I would say a couple different things. So first off, coming in and partnering with a strategic at that right time, I think you got to have the right data. You have to have that right kind of pivot point where you've gotten enough potential funding to prove out your solution. And I think once you're able to do that, then I think it makes sense to go partner with a strategic. We have seen a number of companies try to go in it alone, and I have seen very few, I would say a good chunk of companies fail going it alone because you're missing out on that speed to market that you can get with a partner like a large, either agrochemical strategic or OEM, whoever that partner may be. And I think it's making sure that you're accelerating to market so that you can get those initial investors their return on capital. And so accessing distributor relationships, retail relationships, R&D, marketing, regulatory, whatever it may be, you can really leverage those commercial partnerships for all those different facets of your business.
Any other thoughts on engagement with corporates, or even taking it a step back and as an investor, how important is it in your decision-making process of when and how that engagement with a corporate takes place? Is this a tier one primary consideration that is sort of a must-have, or is this something that can develop over time that you're willing to sort of underwrite as a growth risk?
That's an interesting question. I would say it really depends. Like, it depends so much on the company and also their IP position in terms of what patents or trade secrets they may have and how those may align with the strategic or with others within the marketplace. But then also a lot about the actual product that they have and the timeline to get it to market and the amount of capital that they might need in terms of building their own infrastructure. And if you can have access to infrastructure, there can be a lot of value there. So I think my top level answer is it depends. However, if those conversations are happening, I'm always really curious to understand who are you talking with and who's the decision maker, so that you can understand, okay, have you had really exciting conversations with the R&D team? Or do you also have buy-in from XYZ individuals that may need to sign off to actually make something happen within the business? So I think just understanding who those people are, what that process might be, or how you can actually get to a PO, or what key milestones you want out of it as a startup as well, are things that I'm always curious about when we're chatting with founders that are having conversations with potential strategics or corporate partners more broadly.
Awesome. So we're down to our last couple minutes here, so I want to wrap up with two questions. The first is that there's a fairly common refrain in ag tech more broadly that's ag tech struggles with adoption. To what extent do you think that's true? And if it is true, what can be done to sort of accelerate that adoption curve in ag tech?
I think it's important to really build a business and not a product. A lot of times you have a product and then you reach a point where you can't really scale it up because the product doesn't necessarily have the flexibility to reach a level of adoption that's significant. So really thinking about your business plan, really having those milestones is important to really adopt, and finding the right partners, trusting your board, trusting your advisors, your investors to really help you with the adoption. I think it's super important.
Yeah, I would say two things. I think one, making sure that you're going after the right markets, having that right kind of validation. And I would say two, really thinking through, how you're going to position it in the market as it pertains to different types of policies around the world. So as we see kind of more policies governing different countries, I think making sure that you're keeping ahead of the curve. And really listening to your customer, because at the end of the day, if your customer doesn't want it, the business isn't going to work. So,
yeah, those are great points. I think on the customer piece, I would just add, like, being sure that you're solving a problem, but also understanding how your customer would actually buy your product. So if your product would be bought by a trusted partner or distributor within their network, then also talking to those people are really important. So understanding the supply chain that you're operating in, I think, is really helpful for adoption.
Awesome. So I want to end on a high note here and ask you each specific areas in ag tech that you are most excited about. Where, if you had unlimited money, where would you put your money in the ag tech space for the next, call it 10 to 15 years? What are you most excited about?
I think AI and machine learning can be applied more generally beyond ag tech, but I think for agriculture has the potential to really disrupt. If we go back to the internet bubble, that disrupted a couple of verticals, but AI has the potential now to disrupt food tech, ag tech, climate tech in ways that we've never seen before. So integrating that with robotics, with genetics, with biotech, it has the potential for, unlimited potential really. So we're super excited to see different theses pop up in different parts of the world, and really seeing how that translates into a global hype for ag tech.
So I would say since we do really look for game-changing technologies, we have to look outside of ag to see what could potentially emerge or come into agriculture to make a big difference. So we actually look a lot at the biotech industry to say, what are going to be new, exciting, innovative technologies that could potentially work in agriculture? And I think with that, you have to have those bioinformatics or discovery platforms to basically churn out new kind of products or new type of product solutions. So I would say that is an interesting space for us. And you get different types of capital, because you get capital from the biotech space, you get capital from ag, you can get capital from climate, to figure out how do you create the right type of syndicate to make sure that this company can be successful and really kind of fill the needs of the farmer.
Anita, we'll close with you.
I have 11 seconds. Les, we're counting up. We're done. I'll be fast. I think the bioeconomy is so fascinating, and the opportunity to optimize it with AI and machine learning is truly fascinating, both from valorizing different agricultural byproduct streams to precision fermentation and creating new products in different ways. So I think there's a tremendous amount of really interesting opportunity there. Whether the market's ready, I don't know, but that's a conversation for a different panel, I think.
Outstanding. Well, thank you all of you for being here. Thank you, Canada's Farm Show, for having us, and thank you to the AgTech Accelerator for hosting us today.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, so we are coming down to it. It is the moment we have been waiting for. We have 15 founders that have come from across the world to the launch pad here today to pitch their startups. They have been building these companies for years, and they have been in the cohort for the last 3 months, spending countless hours meeting with mentors, meeting with investors, scrubbing their pitches, building these companies, gaining traction. So we are privileged to have them on the main stage pitching for you today. So before we go any further, I would love to introduce Honorable David Merritt, the Minister of Agriculture, who's going to come up and have a word to kick us off. So please join me in welcoming David.
Thank you so much, Matt. What an honor to be here again. Well, here we go. I've been looking forward to this over the last few days, and really want to see what these teams are bringing to the table. But before I do, I really want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for this show and for the last few days of the presentations we've had up here on the podium, on this stage. It's really been amazing and really thought-provoking, and also some great information given to us. So I really want to give a hand to the organizers for this session. It's been absolutely fantastic. And I won't speak too long. I want to really see what's going on here. I think everybody knows that we are, the province of Saskatchewan is Canada's largest agriculture manufacturer in Canada. So obviously we are the forefront of ag tech because of the hard work of individuals in this room, as we all know, supported by deep commitments of government, industry, and academia as well. So innovative, sustainable practices like zero and minimum till, regenerative agricultures we're seeing, just to name a few, that have made Saskatchewan a global ag-tech leader and a hub, driving agriculture innovation, attracting founders from across the world, and propelling our economy. Cultivator, powered by Conexus, is truly laying the groundwork with its AgTech Accelerator program. The program harnesses the power of Saskatchewan's vibrant startup ecosystem and our agriculture community to solve global problems. A key driver of the AgTech Accelerator is Ameritech. Through Innovation Saskatchewan, our government was proud to support Canada's largest AgTech venture capital fund with a $15 million injection. It is the innovators and researchers who are making our province a global powerhouse of AgTech innovation and one of the many reasons Saskatchewan stands out amongst other jurisdictions. I'd like to extend a thanks to everyone here today and express my gratitude to the Cultivator team for having me here today and supporting these great ideas to the province of Saskatchewan. I'm really looking forward to the AgTech companies that are going to present here today, and I have no doubt they are going to be exceptional. Let's get on with this great show. Thank you very much.
All right. Hello. 1 second. Hello. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Big clap for the tech in the back. Thank you so much. Awesome. We're going to get to things very shortly. We want to take a moment to acknowledge our amazing advisory council. We have big ideas, and they help structure it and make sure we're going the right way, doing the right things. So thank you so much. These are the companies that will be pitching here this afternoon. So we have 15 of them. We'll have 11 that are coming at you from across Canada, with 4 represented from the United Kingdom. So you can see the map here. We have diversity across, well, really the world, but all across Canada as well. So this is how it's going to work. Each founder is going to come up here. They're going to get 3 minutes to pitch. And that's it. There's no questions, no Q&A. And at the end, you will have a chance to vote for the People's Choice winner with a cash prize associated with it. So enough of me. I'm going to pass it on. We're going to have a partner introduce each company before they pitch. So an introduction, 3-minute pitch, so on and so forth throughout each company. Okay, so without further ado, I would love to introduce Maggie Sinclair from Conexus Credit Union.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. And I just, I'm very fortunate in the role that I have at Conexus. I get to have a front row seat to all the great work that the team at the Cultivator does. So I want to take this time to say thank you for what they do, not only for a thriving Saskatchewan, but for a thriving agricultural community. So thank you to the team. Also, thank you to our partners, our mentors, our founders, and the producers that work with us every day to bring the best ag technology to not only Saskatchewan, but to the industry across the country and around the world. So with that, I have the great pleasure to introduce a great mate and the founder and CEO of Grain Discovery, Rory O'Sullivan. All yours.
Hello. Hey everyone, so my name is Rory O'Sullivan. I'm the CEO and founder of Grain Discovery, and so we are looking to answer the most timely and topical questions of modern agriculture, sustainability. Now in North America, less than 3% of grain is actually traced today, and this represents huge opportunities as the industry scrambles to adapt to the new paradigm of government regulations, carbon intensity scoring, Scope 3 emissions, and eventually, how do we capture those premiums? So grain buyers and their farmers urgently require software that combines both traceability and procurement, so this agronomic digital passport can be easily attached to grain as it gets traded. Now, introducing Grain Discovery. So we are a B2B2C software company. What this means is we build software for grain buyers, their own branded platform, which they in turn onboard their farmers into the ecosystem so they could trade grain live, trade execution, portfolio management, logistics, and a lot of other communication tools. Now, why does this matter? Efficiencies. So now repetitive, time-consuming, mundane tasks are now being streamlined, and this represents a huge cost savings for the grain buyers. Marketplace premiums. Commodities with digital passports attached to grain command premiums up to 20%. This matters to the farmers. Connectivity. Now, there is a critical need to standardize and then easily share this data. So this is critical for the supply chain. And finally, sustainability. We address critical consumer questions of where does my grain come from? Is it safe? Is it sustainable? And this is critical for us, consumers. Now, rapid adoption. So we've currently got over 11,000 users on our platform, and just using Ontario IP soybeans, this year we command 40% of that crop use our software, and we were the first in North America to actually have live trading, so we've traded $110 million on the platform. Growing revenue. So this month alone, we booked $250,000 of ARR. We've got a similar amount of that committed. And so if we close half of our deals in our live funnel, we'll be close to $1 million of ARR in Q1. Now, non-dilutive grants represented over 60% of our overall funding, which is gold dust to any startup. And we've done 3 mini rounds in the past. So currently we're raising $1.5 million to really accelerate sustainability and really double down on that, and expanded the US with the 45Z tax credit. And we currently are looking at 2 acquisition offers on the table for us right now. Now, the team at Grain Discovery are experienced and have seen these pain points firsthand, so we believe we are the right team to achieve these goals. And finally, we look forward to continuing this conversation with you because we believe there's a lot to be excited about. There is huge opportunity to gain market share as the industry shifts towards this new sustainability metrics and price premiums. And there are a few of our current customers there now, and a few actually in the house, Grain Mills and McDougall's. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you, sir. Well done.
Excuse me. Hi, everyone. My name is Doug. I am the Director General at Prairies Economic Development Canada, or Prairies Canada as everybody calls it. We are a federal funding department across the prairies, and our role, of course, is to grow and diversify the prairie economy. We do that several ways. One is we act as a convener, bringing people together like yourselves. We act as a pathfinder to lead you to other federal funding programs that we may not be able to help you with, and we also act as an investor. For example, one of our main programs is called Business Scale Up and Productivity. Maybe of interest to some of you. It's venture debt, and in the last 5 years, we have invested in 50 companies, including ag-related companies, totaling over $70 million. But I'm here to introduce Logan Scory. Logan hails from Kinsale, Alberta. It's a population of 25. It's near Viking, Alberta. I'm sure everybody knows where that is. But Logan, he's a ball player. He stands about 6'1", clocks in about 195, right-handed pitcher for the University of Calgary Dinosaurs. And while he was there, he actually got a PhD as well. Hang on, Logan. PhD in plant sciences at the University of Calgary. So after that, he became the CEO of AgGene, and he'll be here to talk to you about AgGene. He does lead AgGene, which is, of course, a biotech company, discovers and develops novel plant traits to enhance crop production and nutrition. He does have 11 experiences beside the PhD as a farmer and crop production specialist. And I'd like you to please welcome Logan to the stage.
Thank you, Doug, for the introduction. My name is Logan Scory. I'm the CEO and co-founder of AgGene. At AgGene, we're focused on feeding the world with sustainable plant protein. On a daily basis, nearly 1 billion people are subjected to protein malnutrition. Protein is obviously a driver of food security, and the global demand for protein is going to double by the year 2050. Of the protein consumed by humans, approximately 76% of that comes from plants. While plants are a great producer of protein, they're also sensitive to their environment. Drought, disease, pests can reduce the yield on an annual basis. And something that many people don't know is increasing atmospheric carbon dioxide can reduce the nutritional value of seed, particularly protein. So we need to think of a way to increase the production of protein in plants while preserving yield. At AgGene, we are unlocking the potential of protein content in seeds through the use of CRISPR genome editing. Using genome editing, we can make very precise changes to the DNA blueprint, and when we make these very small changes, we're able to increase the protein content nutritional value of various seeds. Our technology originated in canola, where we deployed our trait technology and had a 20% increase in seed protein content. We're currently deploying our high protein trait in various crops from the pulse, cereal, and oilseed families. One opportunity that we're really interested in and we're currently pursuing is high protein pulses. Obviously, Canada and Saskatchewan are world leaders in yellow pea and chickpea production. So we're currently deploying our trait in those two crops. We have lots of potential for value-add processing. And as a nitrogen-fixing crop, we have the chance to produce protein sustainably. As a biotech company, our business model is focused on intellectual property and traits. So we license and sell these traits to various seed companies, and these seeds make it to the end user in livestock and other industries. Our team assembled to take on this journey is a group of experienced farmers, seed industry professionals, and researchers. We've recently closed our pre-seed investment with support from Tallgrass Ventures. We're obviously really excited for the journey. So today, if you have any interesting connections to the seed industry, food ingredient, or livestock feed industry, it would be greatly appreciated. If you have any questions or interested in gene editing, please feel free to contact me. Thanks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joy Agnew. I'm the VP of Research at Olds College of Agriculture and Technology in central Alberta, where we run a 3,600-acre smart farm to, at commercial scale, test, validate, iterate, and scale new technologies and practices with tech developers, with various industry stakeholders, essentially to de-risk the development and adoption of technologies and practices. So we're working with the tech developers, we're also working with farmers to help them understand and be more adoption ready for technologies and practices. We also have expanded our operations into Saskatchewan to provide a similar service to Saskatchewan stakeholders and tech developers. And on top of all of that, we also launched the Pan-Canadian Smart Farm Network, which now links 8 smart farm entities across Canada and 4 provinces to help address multiple growing regions and growing zones and production systems to provide similar services across Canada. So with all of that and the goal to really accelerate the ag industry in Canada, it makes a lot of sense for Olds College to partner with Cultivator, and we love working with Cultivator and the various founders and techs that they are working with. So it is my great pleasure to introduce the next pitch from Nat Duncan with Bug Mars. So Nat hails from Ontario and has a very busy week because they are launching a new product on Monday, and as a serial entrepreneur has been involved in multiple accelerator programs and ranks Cultivator very, very near the top. So great job, Cultivator. So please help me welcome Nat to the stage.
Good afternoon. As you learned, I'm Nat, and I am one of the founders of Bug Mars.
No, we're not putting bugs on Mars yet, but we are using AI and insects for some earthly applications. First, I want to talk about the empire that is soy, which is worth $155 billion, and 85% of that is feeding livestock. That means most of the soy we're growing today is feeding our food, not us. And with new regulations coming into play, some pretty big names are clearly paying attention. In the last 2 years, they have invested in insect farms, but they're about to learn what I learned when I was an insect farmer, which is it's really hard, and that's because it's entirely manual. Also, most people don't want to spend their entire day with 100 million insects, and that feeling also is entirely mutual. Bugs really don't like when we're around, so they start acting super weird, and we can't get accurate observations. That's why Bug Mars is automating insect farms. So we're using a combination of off-the-shelf cameras, sensors, as well as computer vision and machine learning to really remove people from these farms. And that's going to give us accurate and complete oversight of things that matter: health, environment, and yield. So our software really is like having an entomologist as a service. We can offer real-time notifications for things like pests, which are an immediate issue, or predictive analytics for things that matter like disease and yield. And that results in so many bugs, which in our case is a good thing. So we offer our software as a subscription, and that allows us to offer ROI to farms of all sizes, and it allows us to grow as they scale. As I mentioned earlier, I was an insect farmer. I really understand the issues of scalability in this industry, and I was fortunate enough to know my co-founder, Seth, who can do everything from chip to cloud. And this team has built out a software solution for crickets and black soldier flies. So thank you very much for your attention. Usually when I get up here, people are expecting me to tell them why they should eat bugs. And the thing is, if you don't want to eat bugs, don't. But if you are like me and you want to keep eating meat, then we do need to talk about insects as the future of feed. Thank you.
Good afternoon or good evening, where I come from. My name is Jan Immel and I'm from Innovate UK. Innovate UK is the UK's national innovation agency. And our mission really is to support UK companies to develop and grow through the commercialization of new products, services, and processes. And we do believe that international global partnerships, strengthening and building them is a key part of our work because we believe that will open up new opportunities for UK and global businesses. Our Global Incubator program is an acceleration program for innovation-led businesses to help them grow and scale through exploring international opportunities. And that's the reason I'm here today, because for our Canada AgTech program, we partner with Cultivator. And I'm absolutely delighted to be here today along with 4 UK founders who've participated in the AgTech Accelerator. And it's fantastic to see how this partnership and this program has helped us to bring UK and Canadian businesses together. One of the UK businesses are Kyomi. They are based in the beautiful part of Cambridge in the east of England. And I'd like to invite their CEO, Maya, now on stage to tell you more about this innovative business.
Good afternoon, Regina. That was a hard act to follow. Thank you to Natalie also, that was awesome. And thank you to Cultivator. Good afternoon, my name is Mayor, I'm CEO of Kyomi, and we are transforming existing agricultural crop waste into valuable production platforms. From the dawn of human history, farmers have tried to maximize the value of their crops. Yet agricultural and leaf waste material remains enormous and often up to 70% of the volume of production. What if I told you that from your existing crop rotations and utilizing existing land use, you could yield 100 to 400% of your existing yield. And what if I told you could do so at 30 to 40% margins? You may think I'm crazy, but then you'd ask me how to sign up. Here's how we do this. Kilme has built two core platforms to repurpose agricultural waste to valuable co-products and ingredients. The first, we valorize existing leafy material utilizing fundamental advances in biochemistry to extract high percentages of pure protein for downstream functional food ingredients. Think Rubisco, think gelation, think functionality, emulsification, think $15 a kilo functional ingredients. The second, our transgenic platform, expressing valuable proteins and hard-to-procure ingredients. That is, we genetically engineer the crop genome to produce high-value proteins for food and cosmetics in their leaves and biomass to be extracted and produced. Think sweet proteins, antioxidants, think $200 to $300 a kilo, with no discernible impact on core yield. This is not a marginal improvement. This is a transformation of existing agriculture. We're taking our technology into a massive market of functional and specialty ingredients. The ingredients targeted by Kilme today have an existing market value of over $19 billion, and we can do so with no bioreactors, no chemicals, or additional energy usage. We're powered by science, sunlight, and photosynthesis, entirely inside of plants. Now, this is not just a vision, this is reality. In the past 2 years since we spun out of the University of Oxford, we've raised $4.5 million, built our own labs and greenhouses in Cambridge, UK, and produced a world's first transgenic edible protein plant, producing proteins, first proteins. We have full built partnerships with some of the largest CPGs in the world, and at current something market value of $130 billion worth of CPG partners that we have today. Pulling this all together is really an amazing team. Again, my name is Mayor. My background's in law and entrepreneurship and building ventures in multiple verticals. My co-founder, Kyoko, our CSO, did her PhD at the University of Tokyo and spent over 7 years at the University of Oxford's Plant Science Department and Syngenta. Suzanne, our COO, has almost over 30 years of food and ingredient experience, bringing innovation with companies like Nestle and more. Our R&D leads come out of the most leading universities in the UK, and rounding it out are our existing investors, academic collaborations, and government support. We're raising a Series A this fall. Would love to talk to those who share our vision and want to build something truly transformational. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Darren Sauer. I'm with Farm Credit Canada, Canada's largest lender to the agricultural community. And through FCC Capital, which is a part of the organization I work in, we have investments totaling about $600 million in 19 different venture capital and private equity funds. We have funding relationships with 5 different accelerators, including Cultivator, and 4 different smart farms. We're very, very pleased to be here today and to support this fantastic effort that Cultivator is putting on. The next company that we're going to hear from today is Sustair. Sustair is a really interesting company. The first company that has been invested in by Carrot Ventures. If you're not familiar with that model, what they do is they look for interesting technologies and innovations that don't have a home and build a company around it. So the CEO of Sustair will come and speak a bit more about this company. Michael Cully is the CEO, joined about 18 months ago, and has a fantastic background in implementing innovative strategies for companies from startups to multinational corporations. So terrific background. He's been doing a super job in building this company. So Michael Cully from Sustair.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mike Cully. I'm the founder and CEO of Sustair. And Sustair is pioneering the use of ultra-high pressure water jets in row crop applications. As anyone knows from Saskatchewan, farmers are greatly moving from planting in bare dirt into planting into fields that are covered by residue. That regenerative practice has great promise in ending erosion and regenerating the soil. But it comes with a big caveat that you need to stay in that practice year after year after year to maximize the benefits of regenerative agriculture. Unfortunately, today's planting equipment does not allow farmers to stay in no-till farming year after year. The cutting mechanism on the planters does not fully handle heavy crop residue and often pushes the residue into the soil instead of cleanly cutting through it. So when the seed is deposited, it's not touching soil, but touching residue. And this absolutely kills seed germination and ultimately crop yields. As a result, many no-till farmers in North America end up tilling their soil after 3 or 4 years. And conventional farmers that are thinking about moving into regenerative agriculture are discouraged from doing so because they see the difficulties in handling residue. Sustair is changing the paradigm in planting by taking an industrial technology called ultra-high pressure water jets. They're used in industrial manufacturing to cut through metal. And we are deploying them on the front of planters to more easily cut through crop residue on the field. Our jets pump water at 60,000 pounds per square inch, but only apply about 10 gallons of fluid per acre. And we're as close to zero till as you're going to find in the industry. The benefits of our technology are multiple. From an economic standpoint, we are seeing crop yield increases anywhere from 6 to 12% versus today's no-till technology. We are as close to no-till as you're going to find in the industry. As you saw in those pictures, we are not moving the residue. We also deliver seed to depth in any crop conditions or residue conditions, including heavy residue, cover crops, green planting, and we've even planted in gravel driveways. We expand the planting window by allowing farmers to plant in damp residue conditions. Today, farmers have to wait for the residue to dry out if there's dew in the morning or if it rains during the day. We can literally give those hours back to the farmers. The fluid we use does not have to be water, but could be a starter fertilizer, and we use that in our system to cut through the residue and then inject it 2 to 6 inches deep in the field. And we place that cleanly below the seed so it doesn't burn the seed bed. That produces over $150 in economic benefit per acre for farmers. That is a 2-year payback for people using our technology. We also have strong environmental benefits, including soil regeneration, the ending of erosion, and the ability to get more yield out without putting more land in production. We've proven that out across North America in multiple field trials. We're currently raising $2.5 million so that we can transition to active commercialization of our technology this year, and that'll be followed by a larger round next year. We are actively looking for financial partners, so if you're interested in joining us on our journey, please come see me. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Erin Trapp with Emertech. We're an ag-focused fund based here right in Saskatchewan. We're supported by an amazing group of investors, some of whom are here today. They're very collaborative, supportive investors who love to work closely with our companies and provide absolutely amazing support to us. So I have to give a few of them a shout out. Innovation Saskatchewan, Mosaic, Viterra, Conexus Credit Union. We truly couldn't do it with our partners and our investors. We're also a founding partner of the AgTech Accelerator. We have been so impressed and amazed at the quality of companies and programming that have come through the accelerator over the last 3 years. So we're so supportive and fortunate to be amongst the founding partners of this program. I have the pleasure of introducing to you today one of the CEOs of the companies in the program in cohort 3. So this CEO and founder is starting a biosciences company based here in the Maritimes. But that's not the most exciting thing about him. He's also an ex-Hollywood filmmaker and soon to be first-time father in September. So I have the pleasure of introducing to you Craig Jackson from Pivotal.
Hello. Hey, I'm Craig Jackson, CEO of Pivotal Bioscience. Pivotal Bioscience has a patented process to produce chemical encapsulation systems that can drastically reduce chemical use in agriculture. And whether it's due to rising costs, sustainability targets, or consumer preferences, we need to reduce our use of chemicals. The cost of producing food has skyrocketed, and it's eroded farmers' bottom line. Since 2021, the cost of glyphosate has increased by 130%, and other inputs aren't far behind. By reducing chemical use, we not only save farmers money, but we protect soil health, biodiversity, and reduce our overall greenhouse gas emissions. And as our population continues to grow, we need to find ways to do more with less. One proven way to do this is microencapsulation technologies. So these tiny capsules contain and deliver agricultural chemicals. They improve their sprayability, the plant uptake, and their overall efficacy. So they have the opportunity with these technologies to reduce water use, diesel, and chemical use. But there are limitations to these technologies. They can be cost prohibitive, they use complex manufacturing, and they come with their own health and environmental risks. Pivotal has solved these issues with an encapsulation system that's built directly from plants for plants. More specifically, we've used brewing waste to produce an encapsulation system that can encapsulate enough pesticides for an acre of land at a cost of $1. Using this system, we've encapsulated combinations of different chemicals that have different modes of action, RNAi, and different biological products. Here on this slide, we can see the leaf adhesion and leaf penetration of our encapsulated pesticide versus a non-encapsulated control. So as we continue to build our pipeline of different encapsulation products, we are doing in vitro and insect experiments to validate their efficacy and collect the data required to file composition of matter patents and attract commercial partners. This technology was developed by my co-founder and Pivotal's CSO, Dr. Anirban Ghosh, who prior to working on Pivotal developed nano drug delivery systems and diagnostic tools for the Atlantic Cancer Research Institute. Myself, I'm a relentlessly resourceful entrepreneur, and this is my third my third startup that I founded, and certainly my most technical to date. We're going to be opening a round in Q3 of this year. We're looking to raise $2 million. We'll use this to grow our team, our patent library, and secure partnerships with strategics. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Winston Blake, and I am the Business Development Officer at Saskatchewan Polytechnic. At Saskatchewan Polytech, agriculture is not just a tradition, it is our backbone to the future. We take immense pride in our role to nurture this sector, primarily with cutting-edge solutions, skilled professionals, and more importantly, with the same common commitment that every single one of you here in this room has. I am pleased today to introduce Transport Genie, pitched by founder and CEO Joel Sotomayor, a true visionary from Aurora, Ontario. I spent a short time with Joel during lunch hour, and I can assure you that you will receive the same great sense of awe that I did when I had a chance to talk with him. Joel's dedication to transforming the agricultural landscape is nothing short of awe-inspiring. Please welcome Join me in welcoming Joelle to the stage, who will share a little bit more about Transport Genie and the amazing groundbreaking work that they are doing. Put your hands together, everyone, and give a warm Saskatchewan greeting to Joelle Sotomayor.
I will send you the check afterwards. How are you? It's Joel here, a founder and CTO of Transport Genie. There are many things that can go wrong when you transport things, and so we're trying to de-risk that. Using our sensors that we've built here in Canada, we put them in trailers. They record microclimate conditions inside the trailer, so then you can have situational awareness. Think of us as a baby monitor. Things are in the back. You want to monitor the things you're transporting. So whether it's livestock animals or fruit and vegetables, we give you situational awareness. We send this data through our aggregator, which we call a TG link, and then that's sent to the cloud for processing. Another cool feature that we have is we've built everything to be touchless. So a customer can turn fans and misters on and off prior to the transportation event. So if it's too hot, then the fans go on, and then vice versa, you can have actionable items when things are too cold. This market is obviously very big, and as everybody knows, IoT sensors are becoming more and more predominant in the ag tech space. This is our competition, and how do we differentiate ourselves? We're multi-channel, which means that originally we started off measuring livestock transportation events, but now you can use our sensors on ships, and we are also monitoring fruit and vegetables. We provide this real-time monitoring system. We have an open hardware protocol, so we talk to CAN bus or other systems within the transportation event. We're now talking to logistic companies as well. They're easy to clean and disinfect, and they're obviously ruggedized, because in Canada we get very cold temperatures and also very hot temperatures. This is our traction. We have 15.3 million sensor data points, a 200% increase in our customers already. We're also put our sensors in ocean, so oceanic transportation, because there's lots of animals being transported through ships. And then we're monitoring fruit and vegetables from Mexico to the Ontario Food Center located in my province. We've also started to build global distribution and increasing our technology partners. This is our team. We'll just quickly go through that. This is our financials and how we make money. Our roadmap, we're building an ethylene sensor. We're going to be using machine vision as well, and then we're expanding to other regions. Thank you very much.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. What an incredible group of founders and companies that we have here today. We are truly proud to partner with AgTech Accelerator. I am Janae Meiser. I lead innovation for UFA Cooperative. We are an agribusiness retailer with Western Canada's largest cardlock network, 115 locations. And a little tidbit for you that if you don't know, we have 6 of those locations in Saskatchewan. You'll find us in Corman Park, Kindersley, Macklin, Swift Current, Weyburn, Yorkton, and Moose Jaw and Melford are under construction right now with more to come. We are actively investing in the Saskatchewan space, a province that we see has abundant potential and opportunity. From a community perspective, we have unwaveringly commitment to our rural communities, and we are committed to driving and fostering a healthy innovation ecosystem that supports ag technology and showcases Saskatchewan as a leader in sustainable ag tech technologies. I have the privilege and honor today to introduce Dr. Colin Yates from Vets On, joining us from Ontario. Dr. Colin.
Thank you, Janae. Hello, everyone. I'm Colin Yates. I'm the co-founder and CEO of VetSun, where we're bringing efficiency to rural and farm veterinary practices. As many of you are aware, there is a global shortage of veterinarians. We simply are not graduating enough veterinarians to meet the demands of today, let alone tomorrow. This is especially the case in rural and farm veterinary practices. Those that are graduating from veterinary college aren't interested in farm and rural practices. And those that are practicing still are getting burnt out. What this means for the farmer is a lot of the time they can't access a veterinarian when they need it, or they can't get a relationship at all. What this means is that they can't get access to medication when they need to treat their animals. At VetSun, we believe that when telemedicine can be done right, it can be a solution for this problem. We've seen it widely adopted in the companion animal space, but where it's really needed is on the farm, where the distance between the veterinarian and the farm is increasing by the day. We've seen at VetSun that 60% of telemedicine calls, or 60% of calls, can be done through telemedicine and not go to the farm at all. At VetSun, we've developed a telemedicine platform that works with the veterinary practices. We don't compete with them, we help them scale. We do this through live video calls with their clients to support those practices so they don't miss calls. We help those practices create prescriptions so that their clients can order medication and have it shipped direct to their farm straight from the distributor. We also help these practices create subscription-based revenue so they can get a recurring revenue stream. So not only do we decrease the cost for the veterinarian, but we decrease the cost for the farmer as well. How we get medication direct to the farm is through strategic partnerships with veterinary distributors and pharmacies. We do this in a controlled manner so that we know where that medication gets to. We make money through transactional sales. Every time that farmer purchases medication from our platform, every time they do a telemedicine visit, VetSun gets a percentage of that fee. We also help the practices with subscriptions so that not only they get a recurring revenue, they know that there will be a veterinarian available when they need it. Since launching our platform, we have over 250 farms connected to our service across Canada, multiple veterinary practices using our system, and we have a strategic partnership with the largest veterinary distributor in Canada to help us get medication right to the farm. And next week, we're going to be launching into our second province. We have great domain knowledge. Our team has over 70 years experience in the veterinary space. We know rural veterinary medicine really well. We're raising minimum of $500,000 to help us get to supporting the next 15 practices and take us to $2 million in revenue. We look forward to speaking with you, and thank you very much for your time today.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Scott Manson. I'm the Vice President of Operations here with the Regina Exhibition Association. One of our 4 pillars of business here at REAL is agriculture. REAL has been committed to that industry for over 140 years. Canada's Farm Show started out as a small agricultural society and has grown into what you see today with visitors and exhibitors and partners from around the world. Canada's Farm Show is at the heart of the ag pillar here at REAL. It is a vibrant and exciting time to be in the ag industry with the unveiling of new and innovative technologies being introduced every day. Some of which we have seen here today and some has yet to come. Flybox is a unique innovation co-founded by Larry Koch, Tom Stringer, and Andrea Yakodich. Their technology has been deployed throughout the UK and Kenya. To discuss their technology further, please help me welcome Tom Stringer.
So hello everyone, I'm Thomas. I'm one of the founders of Flybox, as was mentioned, a UK and Kenya-based company, and we build insect farms. Ooh. So you may know that about a third of all waste, food in the world is wasted. That's about 2.5 billion tons a year, and it generates hundreds of millions of tons of CO2. But the key issue is that that comes at a massive cost and also regulatory burden to the food and agri sectors. And the current solutions are just not sustainable. Traditionally, it went to landfill and incineration, which produces huge amounts of CO2. And more sustainable solutions like AD, biogas, don't solve the food waste issue. They're just a recycling method. And the key bit here is that governments and food producers know it. In the UK, for instance, they're banning municipal waste to landfill by 2028. And we're seeing food manufacturers increasingly requiring zero food waste as part of their ESG strategies. And that also goes through to their supply chain. And so there's a need for a more sustainable alternative. Insect farming is that solution. Essentially, you're upcycling organic waste and turning it into valuable byproducts. We focus on the black soldier fly larvae, and you dose them with the waste, and over about 10 days, they eat that waste and also live in it, and they produce valuable feed and fertilizer. The feed being the larvae for things like poultry and swine, and the fertilizer is their manure, called frass. So the key thing is, at the moment, the sector is really focused on these big, centralized, tens of million-dollar facilities, which make sense in certain locations, but don't really fit with where the waste is actually located, which is often a very kind of decentralized locations. And so what's needed is a more decentralized, smaller scale solution that can match those waste locations. And so what we've developed in our Flybox system and systems is modular insect farm. So it allows us to scale with our customers and deploy, for instance, the R&D pilot farms as they look to enter the market, and then to grow with them over the time as they expand. And that's all powered by our unique technology. It's particularly around the climate control to keep the larvae happy and healthy, temperature and humidity, as well as the automation and process flow, pre and post processing of the waste and the products. And so what this does is allow us to offer a plug-and-play profitable insect farm, and our key customer segments are particularly in the waste management side of things, as well as the food producers, things like supermarkets and various other parties. And so we're currently looking to raise and also potentially looking to expand into Canada. And so we're really happy to have some conversations following this. I'm Thomas from Flybox, and I look forward to speaking with you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Kevin. I'm with Innovation Saskatchewan. Innovation Saskatchewan is the government of Saskatchewan's agency that's responsible for fostering innovation and supporting entrepreneurs. We do that through a few different ways. We manage programs and incentives to provide funding and support for companies who are growing here in Saskatchewan, including the AgTech Growth Fund, which provides funding for companies doing various research and development. We manage 2 research parks, one in Saskatoon, one in Regina, that provides office space, greenhouse, growth chambers, and research infrastructure, again, for innovative firms that are growing here in the province. And lastly, we work to support the growth of the ecosystem here and working with important partners such as the AgTech Accelerator. And pleased to partner with them, and thank you again for all the work that they do in growing the AgTech sector here in Saskatchewan. So I've got the pleasure to introduce Tayeb Sumro from Pathoscan to come up here and pitch his company.
everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you, Kevin, for the intro. My name is Tayyip Sumro, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Pathoscan. And we're developing crop pathogen diagnostic device for ag professionals. So up to 25% of world's crop production is lost every year due to preventable plant diseases, and that leads to about $220 billion in crop losses. The problem is that most of these diseases have very narrow diagnostic windows, so immediate results are crucial. But the current solution that exists for diagnostic testing is lab testing facilities. And not only are these tests they're costly, but they also take a lot of time to deliver the results, often weeks before the farmer gets the result. And by that time, the crops have already died. So what agronomists and farmers end up doing is eyeballing or making educated guesses to determine whether to spray their fields or not. This leads to significant waste of precious dollars as unnecessary treatments are performed. And that's our motivation to develop PathoBox. With PathoBox, farmers can perform lab-grade testing right in the field, which saves them time and money. We're currently in the field trial stage of our roadmap, which means that we're going out in the field, performing demonstrations, showcasing the device, and collecting user data to see how well farmers perceive the device, and that also helps us sort of make recurring changes to improve our product. We have a provisional patent currently, which we're hoping to compile into a full patent at the end of the year, and hopefully by start of next year, we'll get into pre-sales. To support in this endeavor, we're looking to raise about $250,000, and that'll go towards R&D and legal costs and things like that. So by the end of this round, we hope to be revenue ready. And this is the team. My name is Tayyip, and I have a partner, Ethan Doan, who's the scientific lead. And he leads the biochemistry department. We're also supported by these wonderful organizations. I'd love to speak with farmers, agronomists, ag professionals out there. If you're interested in setting up field trials, please use the QR code. If you're interested in just chatting, I'd love to chat. You have my contact information there. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Melanie Ochitoa, and I am from Glacier Farm Media and Ag in Motion, and I'm really excited to be here today. If you've never attended Ag in Motion is located just outside of Saskatoon, and it's Western Canada's largest outdoor farm expo, and it's happening July 16th to 18th, and we'd love to see everybody there. As always, we're always very fortunate to have many great partners, and we always enjoy being part of Cultivator's events. Over the years, we have seen many of the cohort founders participate at our show, and we look forward to having many more of the founders participate this year and in the future. And with that, I would like to welcome Alicia from Bug Biome from the UK. Welcome, Alicia.
Nice, thank you. Hello, I'm Alicia Showering, the CEO and co-founder of Bug Biome, and we're discovering biopesticides from the crop microbiome. So, there's more than 1 billion pests per person on Earth. These spread a range of deadly infectious diseases, which can result in crop yield losses of up to 40%. To date, we've been over-reliant on chemistry to lethally control these pests, but every year we're losing more chemistries due to regulatory changes, At Bug Biome, we're discovering microbes to protect from these pests. We're starting with aphids. These are genetically diverse insects that can evade chemical treatments, and they target over 400 different crops. So, over millions of years, a symbiotic relationship has developed between the crop, its microbiome, and the pest. On the surface of crop leaves, there's a microbiome. That's the bacteria, fungi, and viruses that naturally thrive there. These naturally produce metabolites, some of which are repellent or deadly to the pests. What we do at Bug Biome is understand how insects respond to these microbes. We have technology to capture these microbes from the crop leaves, and we've developed hardware that allows us to screen the microbes with the pests to find new actives. Our aim is to go from idea, so crop pest, target, through to field trials in 18 months. What we're delivering to farmers are microbes in consortia, which will be applied by foliar application using technology you have already on farm. We see this as effective crop protection with the right level of specificity. Chemistry works, but it has broad effects, which can be negative on pollinators and the environment, whilst gene editing is very specific. We're the team to bring this to market. We have strengths in microbial discovery. Both me and my co-founder have previously worked in microbial discovery startups, where we learned a lot about how we wanted to do things differently. We've been building out our lab team to increase the throughput on the platform. So at Bug Biome, we're utilizing plant microbes for crop protection. We're discovering these through advanced insect screening platform with an initial focus on aphids. If there's any farmers out there with aphid issues who are open to pilots in the future, I'd very much like to meet you. Thank you.
Hello, folks. My name is Alex Hayden, and I'm here from the University of Saskatchewan. And I have the pleasure at U of S of working every day with a team called Innovation, Mobilization, and Partnerships. So it's our job to mobilize innovation out of the university. That can look like patents and licenses. It can look like startups. And within our group, we house Opus, which is the University of Saskatchewan's deep tech incubator. We've been a partner with AgTech Accelerator and I said Accelerator. You guys shouldn't make note of that. You can have that for free. Cultivator and the AgTech Accelerator since inception for the last 3 years, we've been super excited to have our Opus companies who are focused in deep tech solutions have a landing place. So we call Opus a pre-accelerator that helps academic founders, students, faculty members prepare for programs like the AgTech Accelerator. And we've been doing that for about 2 years. We're into our 3rd year of founders going through that program. And our thesis is proving out because today here on stage you're hearing from 2 companies that are resident at Opus. We fondly call them our incubees, who are participating in this cohort. So you heard from Pathoscan already. I have the very great pleasure of introducing Abazine, whose founder. I don't have funny stories about Jerome. It's not a roast. But what I will say is Jerome he's got a long and storied history in the innovation ecosystem in Saskatchewan. We tell all of our Opus companies and our academic founders that they really need to find co-founders and partners who are business people who can help them develop their technologies. And this is exactly what Jerome has done for Abazyne. And Jerome's actually a pretty trusted advisor, actually, to me and to us at the university on a lot of our programs. So I'm excited to introduce you to Jerome Konechny, who will tell you about Abazyne.
Hello, my name is Jerome Konechny. As Alex has said, I'm the CEO, co-founder, and partner with Dr. Sue Abrams in Abazyne Bioscience. You may have seen a news article on CBC National News last week, which did a great job of telling our story. I wish I could just replay that for you. But I'm going to talk to you today about what we're all about. Our company is focused on developing products from a plant hormone called abscisic acid, or ABA, which is responsible for the plant's management of stress. And our primary focus, first product application, is with wine grapes. And if you've been following the news and you're a wine drinker, you must be concerned about the tremendous losses, especially in BC last year, where they lost 100% of their grape crops, but also other fruit crops as well, like cherries and so on. And this has had, but it's a global issue, and it's had a $65 billion impact, economic impact on the grape industry around the world. And the problem, why is this happening? It's because of unseasonal temperature changes, where we see the weather get cold to start winter, and then it warms up midwinter, and then it gets cold again. The plant's natural hormones cannot respond to this change in the temperature. And as a result, they're very susceptible to cold damage and spring frosts. The solutions that have been used historically to deal with this problem have just not worked. You see this picture here is taken in France, where they lost 90% of their wine grape crops. So we believe we have a solution, and we have got data to prove it. We have developed novel, patented ABA Boost, which is a spray product that is sprayed on the grapevines after harvest. And as a result of this, for 6 years now, we've been doing this in Ontario, and for 2 years, we've been doing this in the United States, in New York State and Pennsylvania. And the results we've had is up to 60% yield improvement from the vines that were not treated. We've also, and this is critical for damage to the winter, improved the cold hardiness by 6 degrees. And when you talk to the producers, they tell you that is very significant. And in addition, we've delayed bud break in the spring by 2 weeks, which enables these vines to get past the late spring frost. Here's an example. The picture will demonstrate on the left is a plant that wasn't treated, and its buds have started to break in the spring. And our vines that are treated with our product have not broken their buds yet. And this is one of the protections that a lot of these plants do not have with any resources. Certainly not with lighting fires in the fields. We have a projected growth rate that we're excited about, a compounded annual growth rate of 60% over 10 years. We believe this should be attractive to investors, and we believe we have the team to make this happen. We have a business lead, which is me. I've worked with a company and startup before. Some of you may have heard of it. It's Saskatchewan's probably first, and now it's probably the largest value-added ag company in Saskatchewan, called Biooriginal Food and Science. And we have, as our scientific lead, Dr. Sue Abrams, who is a world-leading expert in plant hormones. We are looking for $3 to $5 million in investment to help us with the product registration. We need that to get the products into the market, into the fields. And we have our partners who are the Ontario grape growers who are eager to see this happen. They can't wait. They've lost over 50% on average of their crops over the last 2 years. We're also going to work on improving the scale-up and the optimization of the product, and we're going to start to build other applications to other fruit tree crops. And for people in Saskatchewan and Western Canada, our second product is focused on crops like canola, lentils, wheat, rice, and other large acre crops. Thank you.
You can give it to him.
I was getting waved.
You're 2 minutes past.
Oh,
so you were
no.
5 in a bit.
Hey folks, it's great to be here. This is a really cool event, and this innovation is really impressive. My name is Andrew Doan, and I am the Commercialization Officer at the University of Regina, working out of the Office of Research, Partnerships, and Innovation. Our office works with U of R innovators who are interested in commercializing their research. We support intellectual property development, protection, and commercialization. The office also acts as an industry liaison, provides pathfinding for funding opportunities, works within the local tech ecosystem like we're seeing today, and provides entrepreneurial supports. We work with individual researchers to help them move their intellectual property forward with commercialization as the goal, so from the lab to the market. Many of our innovators focus on research-related agriculture, from anything to microbials and soil research to robotics applied to agriculture. If anyone has any interest in what we're doing and how we support research and look to partner with industry, please find me after the pitches today. Also, we're really just happy to be here. We're a founding partner also of the AgTech Accelerator here at Cultivator, and we think that Cultivator is doing an awesome job in supporting AgTech in Regina, Saskatchewan, Canada, and even abroad. So with that, I'm really excited for our next pitch. I was talking to the co-founders backstage before, Amanda and Mallory, and they've had a really good experience here in Regina and working with Cultivator, so I think that's something the ecosystem can be proud of and build on as we go forward and keep building. So with that, we have Mallory, co-founder of Insporus, all the way from the West Coast. I asked Mallory for a fun fact before coming on, and she said she's not fun. But with that, I think we're going to disagree. I think Insporus is a very fun company, and we're about to hear about their intelligent seed sorter. So without further ado, here we go. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm really happy to be here. And I might not be very much fun, but Insporus is, I assure you. Okay, so I don't think I need to spend very much time convincing this room how much effort goes into optimizing yields and reducing wastes. And there's some factors we can't control, like the weather, but it might actually surprise you that in our most controlled growing environments is where we actually experience some of the highest oversow rates. In fact, in our commercial high-tech greenhouses, up to 50% of the seeds that they plant will never become mature fruit-bearing plants, and it mostly comes down to the fact that the seed is in some way defective. Sometimes it doesn't germinate or the plant has really poor vigor, sometimes the plant is abnormal in some way, and sometimes it's actually infected with seed-borne disease. Now, growers know this, of course, but the current solution is really to just acknowledge these high failure rates and simply overplant. The problem is that at that scale and in that environment, this results in millions of dollars that are wasted every single year on things like materials, fertilizers, water, the energy, the labor, and the space. And growers, though, they can't look at a seed and determine which one's going to be successful and which one isn't. And this is where Insporus comes in. So we've developed an intelligent seed sorter. It leverages AI to find diseased and defective seeds and to sort them out before they're planted. So in this greenhouse environment, that saves growers these very valuable resources, and it gives them a level of predictability and stability that they have never had before. but it also helps plant breeders and seed companies. So for those of you who don't know, plant breeders are scientists. They spend up to 10 years developing a new varietal of plant that sometimes is on the market for less than 4 years and can cost them up to $250 million to develop. By predicting genetic traits from seed instead of waiting for plants to grow out, Insporos can really optimize this process, including the space that breeders are using. Seed companies, on the other hand, are actually currently destroying up to 30% of all the seeds that they produce for destructive germination and disease testing. But since Insporos can do these tests non-destructively on seeds, that means the vast majority of these seeds could instead be saved and sold. Our business model is seed analysis as a service, whether you want our proprietary hardware in-house or you want us to do your seed analysis for you. But the key thing here is that a prediction is made on every single seed. So my name is Dr. Mallory Flynn. My background is in mathematics and statistics and machine learning, and my brilliant co-founder, Amanda, is a PhD candidate in chemistry. We also have a team of engineers, though, to make this work, and these handsome gentlemen here with decades of experience in the agriculture industry who are helping us along. So together, we're our team Insporos. Our focus is to see beyond the seed. What do you want to know about your seed? Let's have a chat. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chris Lane, and I am the President and CEO at Economic Development Regina. We are a proud founding partner of the AgTech Accelerator because we believe in Regina. We believe in the ecosystem that the AgTech Accelerator and Cultivator have built here, and we know that the companies that you're seeing today will change the world, and change the world for the better, obviously, because we're focused on food security, we're focused on sustainability, and we're focusing that work in a part of the world that allows that to happen right next door to the producers and the land that will make it happen. That's a very unique value proposition in Regina, and our job at Economic Development Regina is to make sure that the companies that you see today and then the cohorts before this know that they have support in, during, and outside of the program to continue their work, and when they change the world, we want them to be able to point to Regina and this program as a critical step in that work. And we know that we can't do that unless we have the smartest people in the room connected to the smartest producers on the land. And that conversation starts with companies like the one I'm about to introduce and the founder I'm about to introduce in NEMA and Ag Intelligence, a company from the United Kingdom which goes to prove that the value and the reputation and the outcomes of this program operate beyond the borders of the city, beyond the borders of this province, and beyond the borders of this country. This is truly a worldwide program making a difference around the world. And with that, I'm proud to introduce NEMA and his company, Ag Intelligence.
Thank you, Chris, for your kind introduction. Hello, everyone. 33% of Earth's soil is degraded, with over 90% projected by 2050. And the major reason for that is climate change and unsustainable land management. Adoption of sustainable farming practices is growing, but penetration remains low. Banks, financial institutions, insurance company, asset managers, they are committed to support sustainability. But they need data. They need transparent, accurate, and reliable data at a scale in order to incentivize and reward farmers. And there is a growing market for sustainability reporting and climate-driven investing. The sustainability reporting market is set to grow because of new regulation and rising awareness and the key drivers for that is awareness of climate risk, regulation on climate change, and demand for sustainability reporting. And that is why we have developed FarmScore. FarmScore is a powerful monitoring platform with dual benefit, both for farmers and financial institutions. It is a unique metric system that uses satellite imagery and AI to detect sustainable land management practices. Our focus is on simplifying the complexity of Earth observation data into scorecards. And this scoring model simplifies environmental and sustainability metrics, making it very easy for our clients to understand. Our business model is very simple. Farmers use FarmScore to get access to discounted insurance premium and low-cost financial products. And our customers, banks, asset managers, insurance companies, they use our service and they pay us to reduce their financial risk and regulatory compliance. We started this journey in the UK early 2022 by receiving funds from UK Space Agency, followed by European Space Agency. And with this money, in the last 2 years, we reached to TRL6, and we are collaborating with Airbus Science and Technology Facilities at Oxford, Harwell. We got awards and recognition in the last 2 years. We have been selected in the UK as a best agri-tech in East England and best technology company in West London. Our project FarmScore showcased by UK government in COP28 last year. And I'm here to raising $1.5 million to commercialize our product. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the people, lovely people in Saskatchewan, and especially Cultivator and all partners who are supporting us in this journey. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Christina Connolly. I am with Global Affairs Canada and the Canadian Trade Commissioner Service, and I get to introduce the last, but potentially the greatest picture of the session here. So Global Affairs Canada and the Canadian Trade Commissioner Service has 160 offices around the world. It's our job to help Canadian companies of all types and sizes make new market entry successes in different markets around the world. So I'm based in Minneapolis. I cover the upper Midwest of the US, Minnesota, Iowa, Nebraska, and the Dakotas. And I'm here to introduce companies today because I also run an AgTech accelerator focused on the North American market. We'll be opening applications in July, and our program focuses on the upper Midwest, California, and Mexico. So if you are a startup out there and you're looking at any of those markets, please come talk to me afterwards. Love to tell you more about our program. But I will move on from there to introduce our final speaker. It is Greg Stewart with Gecko, and he and I were just chatting a little bit. We've just gotten to know each other, and I said, what should I tell them about you? And he said, just tell them it's going to be awesome. So there you go. Welcome, Greg.
Hello, how are you doing? My name's Greg Stewart, and this is going to be your last pitch of the day, right? So I'm going to talk today about predictive control of weeds in farm fields. Now, weed control, as everybody here knows, is got its challenges. What we're going to do, we're going to look at it over a very large time frame and a very large area, as the weed populations tend to evolve over several years. Let me make sure if I can. Okay, so in spite of the fact that weeds will grow in patches in a field, the most prevalent way of controlling them is by doing a broadcast spray, where we put herbicide down whether there's a weed there or not. Now, because it's so patchy, this is leading to the raising up of these targeted weed control systems, right? And the ones that are the most common typically have some sort of a sensor or camera that can see the weed and then deliver some herbicide to it. So these things, they all tend to, I love them, don't get me wrong, they tend to focus on the weeds that are germinated today, and they tend to come with some more expensive equipment that comes along with them. Now, at Gecko we're taking a different approach. So we're using an AI system to predict where the weeds will emerge, right? And by doing so, we can take some proactive action on this. So this system works with your existing equipment. There's no new practices, no new equipment required. Turnaround time is less than a day, and you get positive ROI on the first usage of the product. So the way we do this is by sourcing data and imagery that goes back over a 5-year period. So you come to us with a field now, and we'll go back to 2019, gather up all of the data, build models of what the weed populations have been doing over those 5 years, where are the good patches, where are the bad patches, is it getting better or worse? We also run an early detection of herbicide resistance for catching it while it's a small patch, and then we do predictive weed control. And the way this works is we leverage that model that we've made about how the weed population is behaving in the field, and then by understanding a few things about the crop and the practices, make a prediction for where the weeds will emerge in the coming year. And at that point, then we translate this into just a standard prescription and load it into the existing equipment. Now at Gecko, we'd make a prediction about where the weeds will emerge, and then what gets done about them in terms of what chemical product or what dosage is a conversation between the farm and the agronomist, but several things are kind of at the top of the list for what people are doing. So first of all, people are using it for targeted application of residuals to hit the weed hotspots and really beat them down before the crop comes in. And the way this works is we also are seeing more and more people doing increased seed density in order to get the crop to fight the weeds. We're creating between $12 and $20 worth of value per acre compared to a broadcast spray, and so giving you positive ROI. We were on 3 fields this time last year. We're serving 95 fields on 55 farms across the prairies this year, majority here in Saskatchewan, some of the people in the room, and we're getting to 1,000 fields by next year. I'd love to talk to you. We're doing active outreach for weed control to farms, agronomists, and retailers, so by all means reach out. And if you're interested in investing, either now or later, in a company that's interested in farm profitability and land stewardship, by all means, we'd love to talk to you. Thank you very much.
All right. I don't know about you, Mr. Minister Merritt, but I think the country is in good hands with founders like this. So now it is time for you all to vote. You saw a lot of pitches here tonight, a lot of founders, a lot of people changing the game. So this is $1,000 in your hands to put in their pockets. So scan the QR code or head on over to menti.com and fill in this code and you can vote. So we'll give you a couple minutes to do that. And if you haven't scanned, here, I'll give you one more minute to scan. I'm going to put a photo on the screen of all the founders so you can remember who's who in the zoo. So head on over to menti.com, code 1779-2360. All right, we'll give you one more minute to vote before we close it off. But I'm going to ask all the founders who pitched today, if you want to come make your way to the front, we're going to get you up on stage all together for one last chance to kind of celebrate you and the pitches you've done and the hard work you've put into being ready here today. Before we do that, so if you're a founder that pitched, come on up to the front. Before we do that, we want to take a moment to watch a video. We have had a hackathon, which we call 24-Hour Startup, running in the background over the last 2 days, and they hit the main stage here yesterday to pitch the companies that they came up with in 24 hours. So a lot of them don't sleep, so we're going to take a moment to watch the video here. It's fine. All right, okay, we got our timing a little mixed up, but now we can all hop up. We're gonna do one quick photo. Josh in front. Anyone on the Cultivator team want to join, you're welcome to. We might need to shift this way, shift this way. All right, let's give them one big cheer. They've worked hard for months and years. This isn't the end, but this is where their journey in the AgTech Accelerator ends for now. So, we will have the votes coming through shortly to announce People's Choice winner. But before we do so, we want to take a moment to acknowledge there's been a lot of investors that have come from all across the globe. We've had ones from South America and Brazil, Canada, United States, all over to consider investing in these companies. Thank you so much. We also have incredible partners that help make this happen. We can't do it alone, so we really appreciate you and want to acknowledge you one more time here today. And without further ado, we have a giant check ready, being ran over to the stage. So I do not know who's won. You may have an idea based on your vote. If we want to do a little table drum roll or knee drum roll, the People's Choice winner is Insporos. Mallory, if you want to come join me on stage. Amanda, you're welcome to come jump up as well. Amanda, come on up. Come on over, Mallory, you can join on stage. Okay, everyone cheer with me. Amanda, Amanda, Amanda. Okay, here we go. Okay, you guys want to come over? Yeah. Okay, we can take one quick one here. Yeah. All right, let's give it up for Insporos. All right, there we go. Thank you very much. You can run away with this. Thank you. I think we'll need it back. All right. Once again, a huge thank you to Canada's Farm Show for hosting us here on the main stage today. We've had a lot of fun. And a quick reminder, stay connected. If you are a farmer and you want to talk more about how to get innovation on your farm, come talk to us. We'll connect you. If you're an investor or if you're a partner and you want to get involved, there's lots of cool, innovative founders here. Come chat. We'd love to follow up with you moving forward. So without further ado, I would love to pass it back. We have some more content for you coming up.
Ian McDonald, a leader in the Deloitte Saskatoon office with a focus on food and agriculture. Born into a grain farming family here in Saskatchewan where my brothers continue the family farming tradition.
I'm Tina Beaudry, and my family moved to Saskatchewan back when I was in grade 4. This has been my home since that time. It's a place where I have had incredible opportunities professionally and personally.
And now fortunate to be with Deloitte in food and agribusiness.
Deloitte has been in this province for a long period of time.
We've been here basically from the start. It feels good to know we've been in the province and part of the local community for over 100 years.
We have a practice that has an incredibly wide and deep bench across human capital, across financial advisory, across digital and tech, so we can bring together a holistic approach to some of the major challenges that the world and Saskatchewan are trying to face. Saskatchewan can lead the way in terms of protecting our agricultural sector with respect to cybersecurity. As we are evolving in terms of ag tech and digital farming and agricultural platforms, we have the opportunity to build in cybersecurity at the front end. What we don't want to see is to have our cybersecurity framework regulated from outside of the sector. What we do want to see is farmers and producers and local governments coming up with ways to make sure our data is secure with that common sense approach that Saskatchewan is really known for.
Here in Saskatchewan, we're fortunate to have many sectors that are doing really well. We have the food, the fuel, and the fertilizer the world needs right now. In 2023, we had exports of $49 billion, and of those, $35 billion were related to food, fuel, and fertilizer. Part of purpose at Deloitte is to make an impact that matters. And what we're doing with food and fertilizer here in the province, we're helping to feed the world. And through what we're doing with carbon-free nuclear energy here in the province, we're helping with the energy transition around the world.
Saskatchewan has always been innovative, but what we can do today is to leverage the ecosystem that is already in place to really amplify that and solve some of the world's biggest challenges.
For over 140 years, the Regina Exhibition Association has united people to celebrate the achievements of Canadian agriculture. What began as a small agricultural society has evolved into Canada's largest dryland farming show. From its humble beginnings as the Western Canada Farm Progress Show in 1978,
I'll just make sure I hit record on the camera so you're good. Just pop up.
Ian McDonald, a leader in the Deloitte Saskatoon office with a focus on food and agriculture. Born into a grain farmer family here in Saskatchewan where my brothers continue the family farming tradition.
I'm Tina Beaudry, and my family moved to Saskatchewan back when I was in grade 4. This has been my home since that time. It's a place where I have had incredible opportunities professionally and personally.
And now fortunate to be with Deloitte in food and agribusiness.
Deloitte has been in this province for a long period of time.
We've been here basically from the start. It feels good to know we've been in the province and part of the local community for over 100 years.
We have a practice that has an incredibly wide and deep bench across human capital, across financial advisory, across digital and tech, so we can bring together a holistic approach to some of the major challenges that the world and Saskatchewan are trying to face. Saskatchewan can lead the way in terms of protecting our agricultural sector with respect to cybersecurity. As we are evolving in terms of ag tech and digital farming and agricultural platforms, we have the opportunity to build in cybersecurity at the front end. What we don't want to see is to have our cybersecurity framework regulated from outside of the sector. What we do want to see is farmers and producers and local governments coming up with ways to make sure our data is secure with that common sense approach that Saskatchewan is really known for.
Here in Saskatchewan, we're fortunate to have many sectors that are doing really well. We have the food, the fuel, and the fertilizers the world needs right now. In 2023, we had exports of $49 billion, and of those, $35 billion were related to food, fuel, and fertilizer. Part of purpose at Deloitte is to make an impact that matters. And what we're doing with food and fertilizer here in the province, we're helping to feed the world. And through what we're doing with carbon-free nuclear energy here in the province, we're helping with the energy transition around the world.
Saskatchewan has always been innovative, but what we can do today is to leverage the ecosystem that is already in place to really amplify that and solve some of the world's biggest challenges.
Good afternoon once again. What a full event we have had on this stage this afternoon. The Global AgTech Summit, Cultivator's Demo Days, all of the biggest shows. But we have to keep this train rolling down the tracks, and I'm really excited to introduce our next Ag Talk, Chris Heshka. He's the Director of Biofiber Strategy and Innovation for Red Leaf Alternative Fiber and Renewable Energy. Chris is a seasoned professional in agricultural logistics, production management, and circular economy projects. With a focus on feedstock aggregation, Chris is pivotal in developing the relationships and infrastructure required to supply agriculture fiber for North America's first alternative fiber pulping facility. Chris has extensive agri-industrial experience, including work at the Brandt Group of Companies, Economic Development Regina, KF Cambites Farms, and Mazer Group. Please welcome to the stage, Chris Heshka.
Yeah. Perfect. Awesome. Fantastic. Thanks so much. I'm going to take that. Good afternoon. Back. Welcome, and thanks for coming out today to hear a little bit about red leaf pulp. I'm going to give the presentation kind of in two parts. The first part is our corporate overview, and then the second half is our directed towards producers and farmers and contractors in the area. Before I start, one of the things that, we're new here in Regina, and one of the things that we like to talk about is just our value proposition. Is that coming across a little better? One of the things that really sets us apart is our belief systems at Red Leaf Pulp. We believe that we're going to be a society that moves away from petroleum products and non-bio-derived products. And when you look at how we're going to replace those products across our society, it's going to be from bio-derived feedstocks. So really, when you looked at bio-derived, you have forestry as well as agriculture. And so we're really trying to tap into the underutilized feedstock. So this is our value supply chain at a high level. We are converting cereal straw into two products on the right side, low carbon alternative fiber, as well as energy byproducts. So we do it with two core operations, our feedstock aggregation, which is my purview, and then the plant operations. And we're building the first of its kind facility here in Regina. It's a templated model. And on the top right of the slide, you'll see 270,000 net tons of CO2 removed per facility. So we say it's a templated model because we think it can be, we believe it'll be replicable in other locations, as much as 6 to 10 other facilities across the prairies. So we're really built for growth. We've been incrementally progressing towards commissioning the plant. It's a large project, $650 million CapEx project, and it's a first of. So we're moving towards our objectives quite sequentially, and with everything kind of converging this summer for our project financing. We just completed, you'll notice if you came by our booth, we just completed our feed study, which is about 30% completion on our engineering for the project, and then we're kicking that over to our engineering procurement construction firm to finalize our final project costing this summer as we approach project and equity financing. So we have 6 core areas of our business. I lead our feedstock aggregation, really where the business starts from a supply chain standpoint, but we also have a group of 25 and 30-year seasoned technical engineers that work in the pulp space through their career, and that's our technology and infrastructure. And we're bringing quite a few new technologies to this space that actually allows us to do some pretty unique things. We've been working through our regulatory process, so we have all of our environmental assessments and everything under place on the regulatory side. Regarding our offtake, we are also in the middle of securing our offtake agreements, and we secured 20% of our offtake with equity investment from Dart Container, which I'll speak to in a little bit. We've also added our project execution team as well. So what is pulp and what's it used for? At a high level, like I said, it's for all of the things that we need in our society. It pairs well with the agri-food side of things. In terms of food packaging, you need tissues, you need containers as well to eat on. And then we have a few co-products. Sulfur-free lignin is the one that's really going to be unique in the space. Most lignin produced from pulp contains sulfur. Ours will be sulfur-free and at a meaningful scale. The pulp market is really strong, and this rings well with producers. We are growing we're manufacturing another commodity product in a growing market sector. So it's a great place to be in. About 200 million tons of pulp are produced annually, and our first facility be about 200,000. So we're fitting into a nice global growing market. In terms of quality and what is our grade of our pulp in terms of its application, our quality it comes above eucalyptus pulp that comes out of South America primarily, but is slightly less than wood pulp. So we're complementary, and most of the products that our offtake partners are going to make are going to be a blended product. As I said, we've completed 30% of the engineering on the project, which is outlined by some great images that were created. We've done some fly-throughs of the project, and I've got a 30-second video clip that we can play that kind of shows the overview of the project and some of that engineering, so I can cue that up. I'm not sure if it's loaded or not. Yeah. There's another shot from the inside. And maybe we'll skip the video. But okay, maybe it was in a different file. So, in short, if you haven't seen the aerial, it's worth checking out at our booth. We're down the hall, just in one of the corridors. But quite a bit of work goes into the nuts and bolts and the engineering. So we've, like I said, we've completed about 30% of that. It really defines the scope and scale of the project. So now back onto the producer side. It's really, this is a little bit closer to my area of work. I'm actively signing up producers in the Regina area. We need about 320,000 tons of straw. And so what we do from a story standpoint is pretty simple. I always take these pictures and I make sure I got my wedding ring in there so you know it's mine. The middle picture there is what we make. That's market grade pulp made out of our facility in Edmonton. And we ship that to our offtake partners. The last picture there is from a trial done with Dark Container, who came in as an equity investor in Redleaf as well as Project One, and they've secured 20% of our offtake. And so their capital we've used in a few different ways. Like I said, we've continued to advance the engineering of the project, and then also continue to run trials. Our current trials right now are with some of the largest paper, towel, and tissue manufacturers in North America. So pretty optimistic there. And then my efforts is really contracting our straw agreements, and so I'm going to speak a little bit about that. At a high level, we're also bringing in some new technology. We're investing in a platform that's really nails down the communication efforts. Like I said, we need about 300,000 acres of straw aggregated for the pulp production, and I believe our pathway to that is going to come with technology and being able to pinpoint that down to a field level and have inventory go into the system. So we're investing pretty heavily into our technology platform. The plant itself is going to be west of the Global Transportation Hub. We have the half section northwest of the Cargill crushing plant that's underway. And we're structuring things as well to have satellite storage sites around about 150. We're trying to draw from 150 kilometer radius, and we have our satellite storage sites within those zones. Basically, There's 2 core operations. One will be at harvest, which we call the aggregation, which is baling and stacking bales at the, you'll see on the map the green stars, so we'll be able to get pinpoint precision of where the approaches are and the drop zone for the bales. And so from every field, we have to get the straw to the satellite storage sites and then ultimately to the Regina facility on the west side of Regina. On terms of pricing, we're pretty flexible with producers. We've had to be building a first of. We've had a lot of learnings. In short, we're offering $30 per ton for wheat straw. I should say cereal straw. That includes durum and non-durum wheat as well as oats and barley. And then we also offer that $34.86 per ton for producers to bale and stack themselves. So for those that are interested and able to invest back into their fleets and into their labor, pretty healthy incentive for that. And this is pretty healthy pricing. I should note it's also how we've structured is we contract by the acre, but then ultimately we pay by the tonnage, by the true yield of 0% moisture content biomass. So it's kind of the cleanest way to set up the contracts and still allow producers to have the flexibility. There's a lot of nuance that happens in the field and at harvest time. Sometimes you have to chop the headlands and things of that nature. So we contract by the acre, but we pay by the ton. Additionally, I should say, it's a little better picture. We pay our landed cost to get the straw after storage and trucking everything is about $100 per ton to get the fiber to the Regina plant. And the middle picture, the pulp that we make, after we sell it, if we sell it above $700 a ton, that's when profit sharing kicks in. So it also adds up to an additional 15% potential profit sharing on the straw itself. So with those margins, how we're able to accomplish that is really the essence of the value added portion. Like I said, the landed cost for the straw itself is about $100 per ton, and then we'll sell the finished pulp in a growing global market above $700 a ton. And so we put quite a bit of value in our processing. And that's really it at a high level. We like to keep things fairly simple. We're contracting producers primarily for the 2026 harvest. And so if you know anybody or if you'd like to share the opportunity, please reach out. Love to chat and learn more about everybody's operation. It's pretty seamless. We're contracting on the gross acres right now, and then we'll get a lot of details as we get closer into the operations. So that's it about Red Leaf.
So there is opportunity to ask Chris some questions, and I can roam around here with my microphone. So if there's anybody in the audience that has any questions, just raise your hand and I'll run right over. Anybody? I had just a couple of thoughts, Chris, maybe while we'll give them a minute to think about it. Can you, as a farmer myself, can you walk me through what the obligations are of the farmer post signing that contract?
For sure. Yeah, so we have to be flexible. We're facing this on our pulp offtake as well. So one of the first things that we did, and I should say, I've kind of introduced our tagline as well, which is agriculture is our culture. And that really kind of speaks to the essence of being flexible. So right now we're trying to de-risk the projects and get producers to sign up for as long term as they can, but we offer individual flexibility. So right now we're looking for gross acre commitments, but there are abilities and ways to decrease the acreage and just it's all about communication. So I direct those contracts personally, and in short, I just have to go get more acres. So if we have a drop off, but for anybody, we just go and get more.
So there's flexibility maybe around the years of the contracts as well. So would some farmers be able to sign a 1-year contract, 2 and 3? It's flexible based on their preference and comfort?
Yeah, we're trying to, like I said, de-risk as long-term as possible. So we're offering 3, 4, and 5-year contracts because we want that longer show of commitment. But understanding that there are, years where you have to decrease your cereal rotation and stuff. So it really comes down to the individual. At the end of it, we're going to have about 150 producers, so we can maintain that relationship and be flexible. Yeah.
So does the typical farmer who is signing on, are they signing up just a portion of their cereal acres, or do they tend to sign up all of the cereal acres in their rotation every year?
It really depends. I see both. Like there are there's a million different types of operations. Like one producer is 50% canola, 50% cereals every year. He has variety within his cereals of different wheats and oats and barley. So yeah, it's really up to producers. We see it all.
So once you have the pulp and you're making these products, are there any brands that we should be looking for when it comes to consumers out there shopping and looking to buy, products at the consumer level that have come through this great process? Where do we look for those products to buy them on the market?
Yeah, for sure.
Talked about Dart, like the Red Solo Cup, that we're all familiar with the Red Solo Cup. So is there other things we can look for?
Exactly. So our pulp, it fits in a few different ways. Like I said, we're not manufacturing the end products. We anticipate quite a few of our partners to capitalize on the sustainability side. We're hoping one of them leans into that gold and yellow in terms of what they can do. Yeah. But it's interesting because in the same way that producers, don't know down to the acre what their rotation is going to be in 2026, let alone 2025. It's the same on the pulp purchasing side as well. So where our product fits in, it's likely going to be blended with other products, so it won't be standalone, but it'll be all the big brands. I should say too, when we did before my time, there was a trade expedition to the Asian markets. I think in 5 days we oversold our supply by 120%. So there's a huge opportunity for exports. We of course are trying to make the impacts felt at home, and so that's where our efforts are right now, is just developing the domestic market. So yeah, not sure how it'll roll out yet in terms of product offerings.
Any questions from the audience? Well, join me in another round of applause for Chris. Thank you very much for such an informative presentation. Appreciate it. Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Can I swipe the clicker from you? Very good. Thanks. Thanks, Chris. Well, you can find this session and all of our sessions over the whole 3 days of the Launchpad Showcase for Canada's Farm Show, presented by Viterra, being streamed on Canada's Farm Show Regina Sask YouTube channel. So please go ahead and check us out there. That concludes our programming portion for today's Canada's Farm Show Launchpad, presented by Deloitte. If you don't have breakfast plans tomorrow, I invite you to join me while I have a cup of coffee with Brad Wall, and we talk all things politics and agriculture. At 5 o'clock, so just coming up here this evening, is the Exhibitors Networking event. If you're an exhibitor here at Canada's Farm Show Regina, presented by Viterra, please stay and network. I'm told there will be another announcement with some further details, so you don't want to miss that. I will see you all tomorrow.
We know farming isn't an 8 to 5 business. That's why we want to give you the tools to do business anywhere, anytime. With MyViterra, you have a powerful tool at your fingertips to stay connected no matter where you are. Create online contracts, receive customized alerts, view your account information, and access grain prices in real time. Talk to your rep today and find out more about how you can harness the power of MyViterra, keeping you connected in real time. This is MyViterra.